place, a quote given by Philip Kotler. At this juncture, it is thought prudent to organize an international online conference on CSR, economy, and financial markets towards sustainability 2020, conducted by International Open Access Technical Group, which has its roots in Singapore, Dubai, Serbia, and India, in collaboration with the Journal Association for Academic Scholars, which spreads its branches in Singapore, Dubai, and India. I have immense pleasure in welcoming you all for the 2 days online conference. At first, I thank God Almighty for granting us the favors in organizing this international program in the midst of this pandemic period. I'm extremely happy to welcome Professor Sumandiran, founder and managing director, Coimbatore Research Forum, and the conference convener, the man behind the scene. Actually, this program is the brainchild of Professor Sumandiran, and he worked hard day and night for the success of this program, right from the beginning till now, in the midst of his personal hurdles and inconveniences. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our team is big. Our vision is also wide. Yes, we have a group of committee members working in different capacities for the success of the program. My hearty welcome to all the members of the organizing team. Dr. R. Anita, Professor and Dean, Academics, Department of Business Management, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Hyderabad, and Organizing Secretary of the conference, who is going to deliver the introduction to session and tracks. Such an enthusiastic man who is ever willing to support and shoulder things in order. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. B. Bini Marin, Associate Professor, Department of Business Studies, College, Nagarkoil, an active member of the team. Dr. K. Venkadeshan, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Home Science, Jawaharlal Nehru, Rajkiya Mahavidyalaya, Port Blair. Dr. K. Prakash, Associate Professor, Department of Management, Hindustan College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, for the continuous support and encouragement. We welcome you all. Conference Research Paper Review Board members, which consisting of Dr. Tiba Gupta, Dean MBA, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, Greater Noida, UP, Dr. Manmohan Gupta, Principal, Dev Rishi College of Education, Saharanpur, UP, Dr. Kangipati Srinivasa Rao, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, Vivek Vardhani College of PG Studies, Hyderabad, Dr. Sandhanu Kumar Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Kalam Institute of Technology, Berhampur, Odisha, Dr. Eronimus, Assistant Professor, Financial Administration, Central University of Punjab, Dr. P. Sarita, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Management, University AP. We welcome you all wholeheartedly. Publication Committee members, Mr. Santosh Kumar, Associate Professor, ABS School of Management, Bangalore, Mr. G. Gogul, Senior Academician and Consultant, Coimbatore Research Forum, Hosur. We welcome you all. IT Infrastructure and Finance Committee members, Ms. Rashmi Akshay Yadav, Assistant Professor of Commerce and Management, Dayananda Sagar Government College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Bangalore, Dr. Chankati Rami Reddy, Assistant Professor, Sri Kandavisha University, AP, Professor Rex Angelo, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, JP College of Arts and Science, Tenkasi, Mr. B. Dharmendra Rao Yadav, Senior Manager, IPSA, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts and Science, Arts, Science and Commerce, Bangalore. We welcome you all, recognizing your valuable services. I deem it as a privilege to welcome the resource persons of the conference who are ready to deliver their valuable thoughts on CSR in various perspectives. Dr. Bharathy Kennedy, Senior Lecturer in Management, Eastern University, Sri Lanka, who is going to deliver a speech on the topic CSR as a marketing management concept for success. Mr. C.S. Rahul Agarwal, Practicing Company Secretary, Rahul A. and Associates, Bangalore, on the topic Role of Corporates in CSR, Governance and Implementation. CSR Practices in Banking Industry by Dr. R. Satyapavan Kumar, Program Manager and IPSC Member, Commercial Studies Division, Bahrain Training Institute, Ministry of Education, Bahrain. Entrepreneurial Edge through Corporate Social Entrepreneurship by Dr. U.M. Premalata, Team Lead Sales, SDI Marketing, Toronto, Canada. All have kindly consented to be the resource persons and are highly flexible with timings and arrangements. We welcome you all with a deep sense of gratitude. My special word of welcome to all the research scholars and academicians from across the country who have submitted the papers on time and waiting eagerly to disseminate their research findings with others. The specialty of the conference is the proceedings got published at Elsevier with SSRN number. Getting an article in that capacity is really a dream of every researcher. Hoping that you all will get lot of inputs on CSR through the deliberations of 2 days international online conference and take away positive vibes into the academic world and the society as well. Welcome you one and all on behalf of the organizing team.
Thank you very much, darling Selvi ma'am. It's a pleasure to be a part of this particular international conference. So I would like to take upon the opportunity to give a gist about what is the conference theme and what exactly we are thinking about it. To all the participants who are available online, the YouTube link is also live. You can watch the entire event for the full day today in YouTube also. So when we thought about having this conference in international standards, then we thought about a topic. Then we came across certain headings. Then we finalized with a word called as CSR. So today, consumers they are having a demand with the companies. Whenever they do a change of business, they become more transparent, and they want to have an active role in addressing the social, cultural, and environmental issues. These are three issues which normally today consumers are very particular whether the company of products what they get or the company where they work, whether these companies are having some kind of social inclinement or whether the company is having any kind of a link with the cultural issues or do they take care of the environmental issues. So CSR today is one particular buzzword which has taken its place in the corporate scenario as well as the big in the business, and they don't ignore this particular word. It has become like a mantra for them. So they take each and every step possible that CSR models whichever they create, it not only increases the business, it also increases their revenue. At the same time, it also helps in terms of societal development, cultural development, and environmental development. So CSR is today viewed as a different from that of philanthropy. Previously, CSR was only thought about in the word called as philanthropy or in terms of a charitable thing, but today it is totally viewed in a different way. So today's speakers, Dr. Bharathy ma'am or Dr. or Company Secretary Rahul Agarwal, or it may be Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar or Premlata ma'am, all these people are going to talk in a different perspective about CSR, how it is being applied in the corporate sector in terms of either be marketing or it may be in terms of the corporate governance or in terms of it being in the banking industry or in terms of being in totally what you call in entrepreneurship perspectives. So today business cannot ignore corporate social responsibility, and taking that word that business cannot ignore corporate social responsibility, we have come across this particular concept of developing this online conference on CSR, economy, and financial markets. And we have put that word called the sustainability. The reason is a company can sustain only if they have this CSR. We are lucky enough that we are in India, that the government of India has given a very strict and hardcore regulations in the Companies Act, which is being amended in 2016, 2018, and also in 2019, where CSR has become one of the most important aspect that every corporate individual or the company has to adopt. So no company today cannot escape, or they cannot go out of this particular corporate social responsibility, and they have to spend it in such a way that it is going to help the people at large. So we normally call ourselves as the millennial people, or we call ourselves as the millennial consumers. So this consumer millennial people, our population is growing like anything, and we need that a company's commitment to social responsibility is totally influencing us. There was a survey being done by Deloitte. It was found that almost 72 percentage, that is a Deloitte survey made in the year 2019 December, has stated that there should be 70 percentage of what you call this particular CSR commitment from the company, which makes them to adopt to that particular company's procedures. So I would like to state a word given by Mahatma Gandhi. He has rightly said that the wealth created from the society must be given back to the society. Again, I repeat, the wealth created from the society must be given back to the society. So we are focusing on these words. So CSR is one thing which helps people to understand in a better perspective. CSR helps everyone to abide by the rules and regulations for the betterment of the society. CSR is about accounting and having a good financial aspects, and this is achieved with the help of customers, employees, society, and government factors. And there are three C's which we normally follow: courage, conviction, and commitment. The three C's. So these are followed at the utmost level, then we can have an increased productivity, and that can be seen in the profits that is being received from the company. So in conclusion, I would like to say that what we get, what we reap. I like to say with the word of Sanskrit sloka, Om Sahana Bhavattu, Sahana Bhuvattu, Sakaviryam Karavavahi, Tejasvina Vade Tamastu, Mavida Vishwavahe. That is, let us exist together, let us share the result of work together, let us all get enlightened, let us not have hatred towards anybody, and let the whole world attain the happiness to the fullest by our CSR techniques, thinking about the society as a whole. So, keeping these words, I would like to thank all the participants who have chosen to present their papers in this international online conference. I thank all the speakers who have obliged for our calls to be a part of this particular conference. And I thank Elsevier, I thank the UGC CARE publication, JES publication for having accepted to publish the papers. So we are thankful to all those people, and a big thank to all our organizing committee members to make this particular conference happen today. Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. Now I request Dr. Anita ma'am to introduce the sessions and the tracks which are there for this particular conference.
Yeah. Good morning, all of you. Thank you, Dr. Suman, sir. Good morning, Professor.
Anita ma'am, your voice is not reachable, ma'am.
Now, sir.
Unmute yourself,
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Good morning, Professor Sumandiran, sir. Founder and Managing Director of
Coimbatore Research Forum, conference convener, man, a person behind the conference, as they tell, Karta Karma Kriya. Yes, he is a courageous, convicted and committed person. Dr. Darling Selva Madam, who is a very encouraging madam, Assistant Professor Commerce, Rani, Anna Government College Government, convener of the conference, and organizing team, that is eminent academicians, and my dear participants. I, Professor R. Anita, Dean Academics of St. Joseph College and Organizing Secretary of this conference, welcome you all for this international online conference on CSR, economy and financial markets towards sustainability. Yes, CSR is when a company operates in an ethical and a sustainable way and deals with its environmental and social impact. Being a socially responsible company can bolster a company's image and build its brand. Yes, as Sir has said, yes, if the organizations have to sustain, Yes, they need to embrace this CSR concept. CSR empowers the employees to leverage the corporate resources at their disposal to do good. According to the World Business Council for Sustainability Development, CSR is the continuing commitment by business to contribute to economic development while improving the quality of life of the workforce and their families, as well as the community and society at large. Yes, this two-day conference will give us the platform to share the importance of CSR and why a company should embrace from various perspectives like marketing, governance, banking, social entrepreneurship, HR perspective, finance perspective. We have excellent resource persons from various countries like Sri Lanka, Bahrain, Canada, Serbia. On day 1, we have 4 sessions and day 2 comprises of paper presentations in 3 tracks. Yes, I appreciate all the paper presenters who are the research scholars whose papers has been accepted. Congratulations to you all. And then today in session 1, which is from 11 to 12, we have CSR as marketing management concept for success, which is delivered by Dr. Bharathy Kennedy from Eastern University, Sri Lanka. We have session 2, which starts at 12:15 with a break of 15 minutes, which goes up to 1:30 p.m. on role of corporates in CSR governance and implementation, which is being delivered by CS Rahul Agarwal from Bangalore. We have third session, which is from 2:30 to 3:30. Yes, which is we have a lunch break of 1 hour, and we come back at 2:30 for hearing a wonderful session by Satyapavan Kumar from Bahrain Training Institute, Ministry of Education, Bahrain, on CSR practices in banking industry. Session 4, it starts at 3:45 to 4:45, is on the entrepreneurial edge through corporate social entrepreneurship by Dr. U.M. Premalata from Toronto, Canada. And the day will be ended by vote of thanks by Dr. B. Maran from Christian College, Nagarkol, Tamil Nadu. So by 5:15, we are going to end the program today, right? The day 2 starts with the welcome address by Dr. Deepa Gupta from JL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, Uttar Pradesh. And then the keynote address will be delivered at 9:45 to 10:15 by Malyadri, ICSSR Senior Fellow, Center for Economic and Social Studies, Hyderabad, on CSR towards market sustainability. Then the track follows. The heart of any conference is paper presentations. Yes, we welcome the participants for the track 1 at 10:30 to 11:45. The topic on which the paper presenters will be delivering will be on sustainability development and social innovation through CSR in marketing and HR. So this will be the paper presenters. We have 5 paper presenters and they will be delivering it with moderators Dr. Santanu Kumar Das and Dr. M. Arun Moshi. Sorry if I pronounced it wrongly. And then we have track 2, which is in the afternoon from 2 to 3:30 on sustainable development and social innovation through CSR in finance, banking, and accounting. The moderators will be Dr. R. Anita and Dr. P. Sarita. And we have 5 paper presentations in this particular session. We have the last track on day 2, which is from 3:45 to 5:45. We have 8 paper presenters and they'll be presenting on the topic sustainable development and social innovation through CSR in ethics, corporate governance, and information technology. The moderators will be Dr. B. Benimaran and Dr. K. Venkatesan. So the day will be ended, that is the day 2 will be ended by valedictory address by Dr. K. Srinivasana and with vote of thanks by Dr. Darling Selvi ma'am. The day 2 will have a paper presentation where the time is allotted only for 10 minutes and plus 2 minutes for question answer session. So I request the paper presenters to maintain the time schedule and be on time for the paper presentations. So this is the 2-day session, and thank you Dr. Suman sir for the opportunity, and I welcome once again all the participants for this particular 2-day international event, and have a great learning day. Thank you sir. Over to you Suman sir.
Thank you very much, Anita ma'am. Thanks for that good introduction of the tracks and sessions. Now, I will request Bharathy ma'am, you're available, ma'am, online. Ma'am, can we have a 10 minutes break and then start, ma'am?
Sure.
Just a 10 minutes break, because we are having the YouTube link going on, just to be able to make it a little bit clear. So just give me 10 minutes time. We will start the session with your session, ma'am. By 10:40, now it is 10:30. By 10:40, we will start it, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Rashmi ma'am?
I'm there, sir. Tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I start recording?
You can once Bharathy ma'am comes, you can start recording.
Okay, sir. Tell me.
Bharathy ma'am, you ready, ma'am?
I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. I request all the participants to kindly unmute your video so that we can see your faces, because all of you have thanks a lot. Now I request Ms. Rashmi Akshay Yadav to introduce Dr. Bharathy Kennedy madam to these participants, please.
Yes, sir. Myself, Professor Rashmi Akshay Yadav from the Anand Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Bangalore, take the privilege of welcoming our guest speaker, Dr. Bharathy Kennedy, to enlighten us on CSR as a marketing management concept for success. It's indeed a honor to me to give a glimpse of your profile, ma'am. Dr. Bharathy Kennedy is a product of Eastern University, Sri Lanka, and now she is a senior lecturer in that renowned institution. Her primary education was initially at St. Teresa's Convent, Battikolava, and then at the Kodamunai Junior School, followed by Vincent Girls National High School, Battikolava, eastern part of Sri Lanka. She performed exceptionally well, obtaining the district first rank in commerce stream at Vincent Girls High School and entered EUSL in the year 1992. She obtained batch top in the first and second year and completed the degree with second class upper division. Therefore, she has completed her master degree at Rajaratha University of Sri Lanka and obtained her PhD at Annamalai University, India. After her bachelor degree, she was selected for Sri Lanka Accountancy Service and worked as Zonal High Court Accountant, Battikolava, Sri Lanka. Subsequently, she was selected in the Sri Lankan Administrative Service and worked as Assistant Divisional Secretary, Korapatru, Vanachennai. Her passion was to teach, and therefore, after 5 years of working in the public service, she joined the university as a lecturer and presently working for the youth and community for more than 14 years. She has published many research papers in different conferences and international conferences all over the world. She is interested in studies related to consumer behavior, gender studies, branding, marketing management, and managerial accounting. She had supervised number of postgraduate students, and as a resource to naval officers long logistics management course, she wrote a project on gender equality and zero tolerance to ragging and won the project of 26,000 US dollars from UNESCO in the year 2017-18. She is a member of different forums at YMCA, Lions Club, Social Development Society, and so on. We welcome you for the program, ma'am. The stage is over to you, ma'am.
Very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rashmi, for a very brief introduction about myself. Thank you very much. And let me really thank, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay. Let me really thank the people who have really invited me to this forum, especially Dr. Professor Sumandiran sir and my glad over to his father as well. Because of him only I'm here. They have really introduced me to this international online conference on CSR, Economy and Financial Markets towards Sustainability 2020. One day he was really speaking to me, so I think it's really a wonderful experience that I have really met his father. And after that, I had a contact with Professor Sumandiran, and I'm here. Let me really congratulate you for the success of this online conference.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shall I greetings to you all from Sri Lanka? Shall I share my screen now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You all can view this?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, really thank you all again, and let me start the corporate social responsibility as a marketing management concept for success. So I'm Dr. Bharathy Kennedy, Senior Lecturer in Management, Eastern University, Sri Lanka. So when we really think about success, what is success? So all of us, we really thinking about the success, even the business organizations. So for any organization, business organizations, we need marketing. Marketing is a vital part to really go for success in any organizations. Corporate organization may be service oriented or product oriented. They must design their marketing program appropriately to win the success. So it is, as you will say, this is the mantra for success. Always we think about marketing. So if a marketing organization should be a successful one, what would be the things that we have to really focus? We have to focus on stronger products, happy and loyal customers, bigger profits. In very simple terms, when we really talk about marketing professional, they need to have different skills like selling and sales management, collection of payments, advertising, sales promotion, publicity, public relations, exhibitions and other events, and even packaging, branding, corporate identity and image, marketing research and encouragement. So these would be the skills for any marketers to really deal with marketing. So when we really think about the success, this marketing also would come in the line with. So we all have to now think about how do we really bring this marketing with the success to go to success. So with this point, we'll have to really incorporate the best practices of CSR in marketing. So what could be the best practices of CSR in marketing strategies? How do organizations really think about? So here I would like to really explain, this is almost the vital and important thing to really talk about this CSR in marketing. Then we'll have to understand about this marketing as well as CSR. What could be the relationship, marketing and CSR? So you all know there are very good research have been really forwarded and studies are concept is being studied by different researchers all over the world. The influence of marketing activities in our business environment and its duties towards society also really talked about. So in this manner, this is important to understand about corporate social responsibility at a very, very appropriate time. Here also, you are really launching this international conference on the CSR activity. It is based on the idea that market offerings must not be only profit driven, but they must also reinforce social and ethical values for the benefits of the citizens. So that is also important thing to really understand about. So when we really think about organization, business organization, we do think about making profit, taking a bigger part of the cake. So everybody really wanted to, but we all have to think about, we all have to really quote Mahatma Gandhi, and we all have to think that we are getting profit from the society and we have to give the benefit to the society. So it is important that CSR is promoted as a business model to help companies self-regulate, recognizing and the impact of impact on assortment of stakeholders, including the general public. So it is important to understand about marketing and CSR. So CSR is described in terms of, you all know, so first of all in 1950, it was really talked about what is CSR, why the organization should really think about. So in 1950s, it was really coming in the flow of marketing, in the flow of business. So it's really based on, it's like a pyramid. It's like a pyramid. So in this pyramid, we have to really think about economic base as well as the legal base. So startingly, first of all, we have to think about the base, that is economic as well as the legal. Then it is really moving on to ethical as well as philanthropic action at the top. So it is the last two layers that really talks about the CSR pyramid, ethical and philanthropic. That socially responsible marketing opportunities appear the greatest. Meeting the first two layers, that is economic and illegal, then we have to really try to, in order to engage the other two layers, that is ethical as well as philanthropic. What is CSR mean? What is that? So we all talk about corporate social responsibility. So actually, what does it mean? A concept whereby companies integrate social and environmental concerns in their business operations and in their interactions with their stakeholders on a voluntary basis. So it is actually a responsibility of the business toward the society. because we really take, as a business organization, we really take the profit from the society, and we have to do something towards the society. So these things, depending on ethical concern, depending on our values, social requirements, environment concern, we all have to think about this one. That is every organization's responsibility. So corporate social responsibility can usefully be evaluated as a substantial and growing influence on marketing strategy choices, particularly in terms of its impact on customer values. So it is also important to understand about the customers and their values and how the CSR is adding core values to these customers. So now we have to think about CSR in two ways. One is CSR towards employees, the other one is CSR towards customers. CSR towards employees. So organization will function with employees. Employees are the people who are true asset to organization. So every organization, every business entity cannot treat these employees as something like a robots or machine. You have to really feel, the business organization should feel that these are our true asset of the organization. By them, the organization is getting profit or anything in the marketplace, the organization are getting through these true assets, that is our employees. So charity should really begin from home. Likewise, the business organization should also really have the CSR towards the employees, and first of all they should satisfy their internal customers, that is their employees. Then they have to really go for their doing the CSR, that is to the customers outside. So CSR towards customers. Treat your customers as kings and do not think about them only when you have pressure to meet their targets within the stipulated time frame, but you also really continuously, you should really do something towards your customers who are really giving you profit in the world of the market. It is a responsibility of the organization to give correct suggestions and feedback to customers. Avoid making fake promises and commitments, which you yourself know it's very, very difficult to really fulfill. So each and every business should really work with a very clean hand. So CSR really incorporate and CSR really foster that one. So now my topic is why this CSR is important to any organization. Why it's important? Because it's really going for improved public image. So when you really think about any organizations, you all have to really understand about this public image. So I have my very small experience in my area. I used to really go to that road, very smaller road, where there is a smaller hut where they really sell these fruits. So I used to see a person, he is physically challenged, who would be there and they are really selling. So when I really see that one, I really feel very heartfelt towards that person, because physically challenged person is employed by that small hut, a small stall, fruit stall, and he was really employed by that particular investor, and he is really doing. But the prices would be really high, but I don't mind it. Why? Because it carries the public image, because physically challenged person is really employed. So even a very smaller shop, even a layman like me is really thinking like that. So what do you think, or how do you think about this public image in a business organization? Every one of us will really care for that. That is through CSR. So any organization is really working with the CSR, they will really improve their public image. It's really crucial as customers assess your public image when deciding whether to buy from you or not. But this is something like you are giving more importance to charitable works. You are really engaging with the physically challenged people. You are really engaging your business with minority people. Then it really gives a public image to your organization, which really increases the concern towards the customers, and they would really come for your products. Second one, when we really think about the importance of CSR to the organization, we have to understand about increased brand awareness and recognition. So when you really think about branding, branding is all over the world. You can't really simply neglect this branding. Everyone is for branding. So when you really think about CSR, everybody really thinks about what are these brands do for our community? What would be the CSR activities of these brands? How they are really doing? Then with that one, people try to really recognize, customers try to really recognize, the general public try to recognize. So if you're coming to do ethical practice, this news will really spread. So I would really like to really get your attention to the theory. Of course, they talk about the purchase intention is really influenced by CSR of particular organizations. So whenever you really have the CSR, that also will have an extension. That is something like you really try to really spread this news by word of mouth. So that is what you call the increased brand awareness and recognition. So you recognize and you spread about that particular brand, particular organization to everywhere. Brand awareness easily can be done through these CSR activities. So that is also important to say about. Third one, we would say about the cost saving. So many simple changes in favor of sustainability, such as using less packaging, will help to decrease your product cost. So you all have to now think about what is it, how we can really decrease the cost and increase the savings to the organization through CSR. How do we really go for the sustainability? So here we talk about CSR for cost saving. So we try to really decrease the production cost, and we try to really promise the customers with their higher value. Then the advantage over competition. So when embracing CSR, you stand out from competitors in your industry. So you see that particular company exceptionally good for why? Because they are doing this CSR. They are really doing charitable works. So you establish yourself as a company committed to going one step further by considering social and environmental factors. So nowadays, after COVID-19 pandemic situation, most of the people are really looking towards these environmental factors, environmental forces, social values, and things like that. So these pandemic really taught academicians, researchers, students, college mates, everybody to really think about how do we really care about the environment. So in this scenario, people really care about environment, green purchasing intention. So all these things are really talked about. So at this point of time, making use of the CSR towards these environmental and social issues, every company can really compete with their competitors. So that is the advantage they are going to really receive from the CSR. It really gives an increased customer engagement. So if you are using sustainable systems, you should shout it from the rooftop, post it on your social media channels, and create a story out of your efforts. Furthermore, you should show your efforts to local media outlets in the hope you'll give some courage. Customers will follow these and engage themselves with your brand and operations. So here, when we really talk about our CSR, we also should really make use of these networks. We talk about the social media, we talk about everything. So we have to now engage our customers towards our CSR activities through these new platforms. New paradigm shift really is taking place. So we have to really engage with them. We means the organization, business entities, they have to really engage their customers with this technology to really go for with our CSR. Some of the organizations really invites even the general public, their customers, to engage themselves with the customer engagement with the CSR. Many examples we would really say. So in Sri Lanka today, it's happening like there is a television channel. They really go for undertaking or hearing the lifestyles of each and every families who really live below the poverty line. And they're really supposed to really bring their development plans. So for that, even another university, a renowned university, with this particular channel, they are really doing. That is engaging their customers into their organization. Then we would really like to see about greater employee engagement. That is, when we really go for CSR activities, everybody, that is especially our internal customers, they would really engage themselves with our effort, that is CSR. So similar to customer engagement, you also need to ensure that your employees know your CSR strategies. Making all the employees, all the parties within your organization to engage with CSR activities, CSR strategies. So you'll have to now get them to really work, because organization, the building, the materials will not really perform, will not really work. Therefore, these people should be really engaged. So employee engagement, that will really lead to some other things like productivity, engaging in loyalty. So those are things would really come. Therefore, it's important. CSR is very much important in any sort of organizations. When you really think about more benefit for employees, it really gives, that is There are also a range of benefits for your employees when you embrace CSR. Your workplace will be a more positive and productive workplace by promoting things like personal as well as professional growth. So now it's time we have to now think about a saying like, it is now recognized that poverty reduction and sustainable development will not be achieved through government action alone. Policymakers are paying increasing attention to the potential contribution of the private sector to such policy objectives. The concept of CSR is sometimes used as a shortcut for businesses' contribution to sustainable development. So everyone, like even the developing nations like India or Sri Lanka, we should not really only depend on the government action to really give the poverty reduction. We all have to really depend on the companies, especially the business organization. Whenever they really undertake all sort of things, we as a government organization really get the CSR activities from these organizations in order to really think about our community development. Now let me really confine myself to CSR and marketing. CSR and marketing. So first of all, it really gives a corporate image, marketing performance. So CSR has been acknowledged as one of the most important factor in determining corporate image. As I have already told you, the corporate image can be really spread through this CSR. So when this FIFA was really there, many organizations come there in order to support, even with the health caring and things like that. But the name, the corporate image is really spread out. Okay, these particular company is involving into this. So we all have to really aware of that particular brand, aware of that particular brand's corporate image and the marketing performance. So it really gives. So through marketing, we all have to really understand about this CSR. Image can provide a competitive advantage and improve the marketing performance of a company. Therefore, it is important to incorporate CSR in our marketing strategy. In addition, the corporate social responsibility is one of the most important factors that influence the corporate image. Furthermore, the corporate image moderates the relationship between service value and service quality, social pressure, and customer loyalty. These are the key terms that we all have to understand. Service value, when we really give a value to the customer, the final consumer, or even the retailers, we also have to really think about their value, the service value that we are really going to really deliver to that particular company, particular people, particular consumer. So service quality, we all have to really depend on that. So social pressures, customer loyalty, all these things are really we have to really undertake into the marketing, because all these things will lead an organization to perform better in a competitive world of marketing. Therefore, the firm should invest a good CSR in order to realize the benefits of customer loyalty. Then the researchers are also really talked about consumers' attitude vary with types of cause-related marketing efforts taken by the retailer companies. And managers are more willing to consume from the company which is associated with CSR. So when you really think about the companies, they do try to really evaluate both the business companies from the world, all over the world. They really try to bid. So at that point of time, they try to see what is the percentage of their savings, of their revenues, of their income. They try to really spend on the CSR. Then considering that one, the companies are really evaluated positively when a particular company is really associating for a bidding or the competition in the world of marketing. Because of the positive relationship between CSR and business performances, the companies are found to be successfully integrating public purpose marketing with their economic-oriented marketing strategies. So it is important to understand marketing as well as CSR in this scenario. The second one I would really like to really invite your attention to CSR, that is product and services. So corporate social responsibility starts with producing quality products. So using fair process and with pledging back a substantial part of profits so that the products can be further improved, delivered faster, and produced at much lower cost. So this is what you call the product as well as services. So when a marketing is taking place, you all have to understand about very high quality products as well as services. Though no company can neglect to focus on its product and services, but involvement of the company in community issues can help to improve the product acceptability by making the customers and employee aware about the role of organization in various philanthropic, cause-related, and charitable activities. Cause-related marketing. So when you really think about this marketing and CSR, we also have to understand about cause-related marketing. So in their ever-increasing need to differentiate themselves and their product, many companies are turning to use of cause-related marketing, that is a CRM, as a marketing tool. So basically, the concept entails firms communicating through their advertising, packaging, promotions, and so on, their corporate social responsibility, namely their affiliation or work with non-profit organizations or support for causes. The point is to attract customers wanting to make a difference in society through their purchasing. So it's important to understand about cause-related marketing in CSR. So through this one, the organization can really get into and communicate with their related segmentation of their customers, their market. Then we think about the brand preferences. So brand preferences also important to understand about, because CSR is really giving a virtual identity to the customers. It's something like when you really do the CSR, the brand preferences also will increase. So research really support this relationship between CSR performance as well as the brand preferences. So it sounds and well-executed CSR programs could enhance customer-based brand equity by influencing users' judgments as well as the perception. So it really gives a purchase intention, preferences for brands, it's a really good predictor for the purchases. Then I would like to really take again to brand preferences, another benefit of CSR, that is the company's ability to have differentiated their products and services by creating a more positive brand image, which helps safeguard the firm's reputation. So you all know many of the organizations try to really struggle to really compete in a very high competitive environment. Here the CSR really try to really give a good brand preferences to the companies to really do their marketing very, very well in the competitive marketplace. Strong purchase intention by consumers or customers seeking a more ecologically friendly lifestyles towards brands associated with environmentally friendly practices. So now when we really think about ecologically, we talk about ecologically, environment friendly, green purchasing, ethical purchasing, ethical buying. So all of these things are really talked about in a world of competition. So here the brand towards associated themselves with environment friendly products, environment friendly practices, many of the people really go for the CSR. Manufacturers who undertake an environmental CSR initiative experience significantly positive effect on consumers' purchase intention and company evaluation. So purchase intention, I would really like to really get your attention to TPB, that is theory of planned behavior, where this purchase intention is really influenced by many other things, especially three things. That's one is the attitude of the consumer, second one is behavioral control, third one is a subjective norm. So all these three things are being triggered or influenced by the CSR performance of a company. So the much more relationships are really proven, the CSR performance as well as the brand preferences that would really influence the customer's purchase intention. So in order to think about purchase intention, we also have to really think about these CSR performances of a particular brand. Then offering consumers more information and demonstrating convincible evidence about service providers, that is CSR practice, will enhance not only consumers' brand preference, but also possible critical dimension as service quality or customer loyalty. So when we really think about this CSR as well as the brand preferences, it is certain that CSR is driving force for these brand preferences in the marketing scenario. So it is important to understand CSR, and CSR is the core to marketing, and it would really lead the marketing to really have their market success. So each and every organization, for their success, they all have to really think about the CSR. So advertising intensity, marketing performance. So CSR really drive the advertising intensity. So when you really think about the CSR, advertising its product and services, a company raises the level of awareness about itself among existing or potential customers. This increased awareness encourages customers to find out more about the company's other activities, including its CSR. So when you really when the organizations are really going, so advertising intensity really give or create in the minds of the consumer about the particular company's image, the particular company's marketing performances. So it is important that CSR should be really incorporated in the marketing. Advertising intensity equates the information intensity, reducing the information gap and between the company and the customers. Therefore, the customers become more closer to the company and their purchasing intention will be decided based on this. So when you really think about marketing and CSR, the purchasing intention, I have already talked to you. This is the latest research I would like to quote, the impact of perceived CSR on corporate reputation and purchase intention. When you really go for the consumer perceive the CSR, the way in which consumers perceive CSR importance, that is influencing the brand image, that will impact on customer satisfaction and can lead to customer loyalty and influence the purchase intention of customers. So this is the path the CSR is influencing the intention of the customers. So in order to influence the purchasing customers, we also have to really think about the CSR activities, CSR strategies in order to really go for. So it is important to really think about marketing to incorporate the CSR strategies into it in order to achieve the marketplace. Then marketing and CSR. So at this point, I would like to really think about your gray area of CSR. So when we really think about this gray area, we also have to ask questionable marketing practices. So this is the point I wanted to really drive your attention very closely to the CSR. So organizations really talk about CSR. I had a chat with a senior officer in pharmaceutical industry very recently. He was really, we were really discussing about the CSR, and he was telling CSR is nothing, but it's something like a promotional tool. It's nothing. We really try to really put this promotional amount of money in the budget for the promotion, for the advertising. Instead of that, we just try to put that one into the CSR. So people really have to question why you all are doing these CSR services, because you have something for your organization, for your company. So the people started asking questions, questioning the company. So questionable marketing practices against CSR. So skepticism in CSR, that is the gray area, doubtfulness, untruthness. So what is this CSR? People now try to ask, because some of the companies, business companies, they really handle this CSR in a different manner. They try to sometimes cheat the public, cheat the customers. They really try to really forward their own products. They don't really come to really only to do or focus with the CSR activities to develop the community. No, they really try to really get their benefits on it. Therefore, there are questionable marketing practices also against this CSR. I would like to really discuss those things also with you all. Socially responsible marketing emerged as a response to questionable marketing practices that have adverse effects on the citizenry in particular and the society at large. The major economic and health criticism, that is Armstrong and Kotler in 2008, they were really identified as follows. But now it's really much more things. I have really quoted from Armstrong and Kotler, high prices of products and services. So mainstream marketing strategies generally lead to high prices due to the size of a chain of intermediaries in marketing. The distribution of commodities to customers cost a lot. So as a result, individuals pay higher premiums for the goods and services that they pay. Therefore, they question, so you all do all these things and increase our prices for the product. You all do this CSR, and you try to increase or you try to put those amount of money into the prices. So ultimately, the consumers are bearing the cost of this CSR. So that was the thing. It was really discussed. It was really questioned. Then they really talk about the deceptive advertising and promotion. So people really try to really deceive the customers. So contemporary marketing relies heavily on aggressive advertising and promotion. You all know when you really think about any different products, any sort of products in the marketplace, advertising and promotion are the huge. In order to offset the cost, companies charge higher prices through excessive markups, and they try to really put this one into these CSR activities and try to really bring a good corporate image in the point of the customer. So that is also a questionable when people really ask about. Then the questionable quality in differentiated products. So product differentiation is one of the most commonly used marketing tools, but this does not only create an artificial psychological value attached to high priced brands, but also raises environmental concern about packaging. So when we really think about differentiating the products, questionable quality in differentiated product. So product differentiation is one of the most commonly used marketing tools. So whenever organizations try to really provide the products, they try to really differentiate the product. So in what sense the business organizations are really differentiating their products? So the marketing should really take this one into consideration, how they are really differentiating. We also have to really understand the artificial psychological value attached to higher price brands, but also raises environmental concerns about packaging. So when we really differentiate our products, we also have to really have the concerns towards this differentiating the products through this CSR. So whenever we think about these our environment friendly products, we also really think about these sachet packets. So sachet packets was really introduced in order to have the differentiated packaging. But now, presently, the current world is really challenging the environment. Now we talk about, we have to now stop, and we also have to really rethink about this one. So the sachet packets really put the upside down, the marketing environment, it puts the marketing upside down. So everything can really go on sachet packets. But now everyone is really questioning the same thing. How and why you have really introduced this sachet packet? So in Sri Lanka, with the present government, we have really put forward, don't really go for the one-day usage packets, one-day usage glasses and things like that. Why? Because in order to, you say about differentiating the products, but you try to really go for or put this one to the environment. What is the environment friendly product that you would really suggest? Therefore, it is really mandatory in Sri Lanka only. You can't really go for one-day usage or one-time usage bags or packets or anything like that. So this is how we have to understand about corporate social responsibility. As a manufacturing organization, a business organization, how we can really differentiate our product with the corporate social responsibility in our shoulder. Now we have to really think about the exploitation of consumers through hidden charges. So we try to really put some hidden charges. You all know that one. We try to ask a main thing. So they would really try to say the main thing, but they will not say about the hidden charges. So yesterday I had to arrange a meeting. Therefore, I went to a hotel. So I was really seeing whether there is an eco-friendly hotel. And I was asking the charges, and I was asking. So he was trying to say, this is a AC hole and this is the amount of money that we try to really get it from you. I said, okay, thank you very much. Then once I'm coming, I just had in my mind a trigger. Then immediately I asked, do you have any service charges? He said, yes, 20% service charges. So at the point of time when I asked, he never came. So this is the scenario in any business organization. The hidden charges is not really said to the consumer directly, but it is a hidden one. So they try to really exploit the consumer, and they try to really put all these things into this CSR and come to really pacify the customers instead of really going for. So terms and conditions must be really talked about to the customers, and the CSR, we should not really put that one into the flow, and we try to neglect these customers exploitation in these under carpet of the CSR. We also have to really care about this CSR. Now it's time for me to really talk about CSR and profitability. So at this time, I have to really take your attention to back again to skepticism in CSR. So always we really try to really challenge, question. So we talk about this CSR, corporate social responsibility. The organizations are trying to, for example, like the organization which are really providing the fast food, some of the organizations are trying to really build up the eye care clinic. Then they try to really put these gyms in order to really balance. While they really give or provide these food stuff to the consumers, they try to really go for establishing the gymnasium as well as the healthcare institutions. Why is that? Because they affected the community and they try to really put this CSR. So all the people, or not all the people, the consumers are challenging. Consumers are skepticism over this CSR. So at that point of place, every business organization should really have this in their mind. What is this CSR, and actually what are the things we try to really give to the society? So skepticism is really influencing the CSR. Skepticism is having a negative relationship towards these brand preferences and corporate corporate image. Therefore, all the business organizations, the marketing professionals should really think about the skepticism in CSR. That is very far or very deeper area where we all have to really understand about that, dig very deep to understand and study. But there are a lot of research also done in this skepticism, but we also have to really think about this. Coming back to the CSR and profitability, corporations can think about CSR as a constraint and an additional cost, although it may be an opportunity for them to innovate and gain competitive advantage. So CSR is very much important thing to understand about, but we also have to really think about the constraints or the additional cost. How an organization is going to bear these costs. That is far most important thing to really understand about. CSR is not always providing a positive impact on financial performances. Some cases showed that it could have a negative impact as well. Therefore, we also have to really think about profitability and CSR. What is the markup? How we are going to really meet these 2 points together? Two are CSR and profitability, 2 extreme points. How we are going to really merge these 2 things in order to give good citizen services to the good citizens. So I would like to really talk about research that is Wodak and Graves in 1997 studied about the linkage between corporate social responsibility and the financial performances. So here, when I really asked to talk about the marketing, I really thought we have to really think about this profitability, because marketing really brings profitability, but the financial performance also very good indicator, very good manipulating factor in order to go for assigned a portion to CSR. So in this point of view, we have to think about financial performances also. So when people really talk about this CSR and profitability, people try to really think, when we really invest or spend on CSR, what is the profitability we also can really get it from these CSR activities. So when you really compare the CSR and profitability, back again, there would be a skepticism, there would be a business, there would be something like not the pure hand for CSR, but you also have to really understand about CSR and profitability. So they are in their research, they hypothesize a positive relationship between CSR and financial performances, because everybody try to really understand CSR with the financial performance. CSR is not just something like a write-off. They also try to really put the CSR as an investment to get the financial performances for the organization. That's where we have to really understand, and we have to really balance the financial performance, CSR and marketing in a present scenario. So CSR and financial performances using CSP as a measure of CSR, and return on investment, return on assets, and return on equity as measures of profitability or the firm's financial performances. The study reported that the improved financial performances lead to increase in the CSP. Moreover, the firms that engage in a CSP have a good financial performance, since the ability to invest in socially responsible activities, it signals good managerial performance that provides with the resources that can be used for discretionary investments. So with this one, I would like to invite you for the theories. Am I okay to go for 5 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
5 minutes, okay?
You can, ma'am. You can.
Okay, thank you. So theories related to marketing as well as CSR. So whenever we think about the models, theories, we also have to really think about these theories. So what is we have to really understand about, or else we can really stop at this also. But I'll just show social marketing theory we have to understand about, market orientation theory we have to really understand about, and we have to really come for the final one. So let me really talk about social marketing theory. So here we talk about, earlier we thought about the marketing concepts, basically the product, production, selling, marketing, and social marketing. We really thought about here the social marketing, how the organizations really think about their goal setting in social marketing and go forward to increase their sales effort. So always we think about CSR with the marketing. Again, we are thinking about CSR with financial performances. Then again, we think about CSR, what is the actual thing that we try to really do. For example, like some of the organizations, they really try to really go for some different kinds of CSR activities. Something like they really have their organization having a swimming pool. They try to really share that swimming pool with some other people. Okay, the people who are not really privileged to really enter into some of the swimming pool. So they really try to go for. So likewise, even very smaller steps, there are some organizations, they try to really get their supply from a very, very socially, challenged people or the minority people. So from there, people are really trying to get their inputs and supply. So likewise, there are many ways to really practice this corporate social responsibility. So there are much more researchers are also talked about. There are much more theories also there to really talk about. Market orientation theory is also important thing. So I just wanted to really put forward, there are two theories I have really put forward, but foremost important thing I would really try to really get your attention to this purchase intention, how the CSR is really going for. This is a very well known model in order to really go for purchasing intention. So coming back to this final scenario, I would like to really talk about this marketing is important. And in order to really do your marketing, you need to have the CSR. CSR and marketing hands in hands, they go with. But CSR is at a stretch when you really think about this CSR. Every organization are obliged to go for CSR, and there are questionable areas, dark areas also they are to for the CSR. But when you really compare these gray areas or dark areas of the CSR as well as the marketing point of view, when you really value both of the things, you definitely go for this CSR. And CSR is really doing beneficial things to the customers, to the employees, to the society. So at this point, I would really like to really thank. I wanted to really thank the people who have really given me this opportunity. That is the International Online Conference on CSR, Economy and Financial Market towards Sustainability 2020. So I would really like to thank the organizing team, especially Professor Sumandiran, as well as the people who have really worked very hard to really have this session very successful. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me, and thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful
Thank you very much,
presentation,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thanks for your participants. If you have any questions to ask to Bharathy ma'am, you can please ask your questions. Any participant, if you want to ask any questions, please.
And I also wanted to really thank you because my students are also here. You have sent me
Yeah,
the link and I have really asked them to join. Thank you very much for the opportunity,
Thank you.
because in one way this pandemic situation really helped us to really put our students also to have a wonderful opportunity. They are also really enjoying us, I suppose. Thank you.
Ma'am, is there any person to ask questions, or can I ask question, ma'am? Okay, ma'am, I do have some doubts, particularly from the gray area of marketing, because I'm basically an HR person, but I do take a lot of marketing subjects. So my thing is that most of the companies, if you take any company today, they do marketing with a purpose. The purpose is a very big word actually in marketing. If you take branding with a purpose. If they come out with a product with a purpose. If they come out with any financial performance is based upon a purpose. Now, is this particular word purpose affects CSR or impacts CSR? Because I'm doing a lot of research works, and this word purpose comes everywhere. And I find that word, which is totally what we can say, is spoiling the genuinity of corporate social responsibility. Because if you take Nestle, Coca-Cola, or Pepsi, or whatever the giants are there, they do everything with a purpose, and they say themselves as corporate social responsibility. So now, is there a deviating factor or something there with this word purpose, or how exactly the marketing? Suppose if I want to do some event, say I'm doing this conference, there is a purpose in this. So, do you mean to say that it is not socially responsible, unethical? How to justify myself? That is the question now, ma'am.
Because the MNCs, that is multinational corporations, have really put in the mind to the customers, okay, something like a doubtful space they have really created. So whatever anything really done, I have my sincere feeling toward this strategy and strategic marketing. Strategy, the term really coined from in, I don't know in India how you really pronounce. In Sri Lanka we talk about Tandrobaya Muhamaituva. Okay, in India I think Melanmai, management Melanmai,
Yes,
but
Melanmai.
here we talk about management Muhamaituva. So here we talk about the Tandrobaya Muhamaituva. Tandrobaya means something like a strategy. So when
Strategy.
this strategy really came after the World War, normally people for the war time only people thought about the strategy. Okay, strategy to win
Yes.
the war. To
Yes.
win the war means that you want to really get rid of this enemy. So for that you tried much more things. So from there, this strategy, the word is really coming like strategy, and it has really incorporated into the business. Now we talk about the strategies in the business. So there, the word also yukti or tandrobayam or something like that is really coined for this strategy. There itself, strategy itself really coming out with, there is some cheating, there is some purpose, there are something like, you understand? So
Yes.
these words are really being used by these multinational corporations in order to really give something like understanding the gray area. So it is really incorporated. So after these smartphones coming and things like that, people are really virtually with the social media. No, people are there with the, so netizens are increased. You are by the side, there are people, you won't talk to them because that intimacy is being taken out from the smartphone. Likewise, the wording on these purposes and things like that, purposes means immediately gives an idea. There are some gray area, there is a skepticism, you are doubting. Okay, so it's very, very difficult to prove yourself in this competitive world with these CS. Everybody to face, if I would say, people would really say, oh, very good and things like that. You are really doing a good job. But they would really mean to say there is some other objective for them. Why? Because this one is really brought to us through these MNCs. Then it's really adopted by our local manufacturers and the business people, and it's now going for the individual people as well. So even though the individual people very wholeheartedly, they are doing something, people would say they are purpose. They have a purpose.
Okay. So, so it
You
means
understand?
that,
So
yeah,
many
understood,
people
ma'am.
really come out
Understood.
with. So it's very hard to really prove ourselves in this.
Yes, ma'am. Even actually, even in this COVID situation also, many companies who were not there in CSR also came out saying that they are going to help the people who are affected. Thereby, they're getting a mileage.
But
They try to get a mileage.
But after that, some people have introduced some apps also, right?
Yes.
Whenever they have really come out with the CSR and they have introduced apps. Now, this is the people's responsibility to now follow their apps and buy the products from them,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes. So, so the consumers are totally now getting confused that whether they're really going towards a real corporate social responsible company, or it's like a blue moon. They once for a time they have come out saying that I am a corporate social responsible company, and they showcase in the small pandemic year period, and then they go away somewhere. So the consumers are totally confused with this. So actually I'm writing a paper on this area wherein I have taken a lot of data from a lot of COVID-19 patients to identify there. At the time I came about this word purpose. So that's why I asked you this question, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks for giving the input. Any other
Very good.
questions from the
Thank you very much
participants?
for enlightening me also.
Any other
I have
people
a
are there?
question, Bijit question.
Yeah, Bijit. Please, Bijit.
Hello, ma'am. I have a question regarding, actually, I'm a marketing person, and I wanted to know that if companies are driving towards CSR,
Bijit,
and I
your voice
also
is not clear. Bijit, your voice is having a lot of distractions. Please.
uh, uh, okay, okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Please.
So my question was that companies are driving towards CSR, and they are also encouraging their consumers to be more socially responsible. However, this responsibility, as sir mentioned, that this responsibility is driven with a purpose. Now, this purpose can differ from different cultures and different subcultures. How are companies targeting these subcultures and cultures of these consumers in a specific way?
So you try to ask companies try to really go for CSR, how they really target the culture as well as subculture people.
Yes, yes. For example, in India, I would the company would be targeting me as an Indian customer by saving up on electricity or waste management, as it is going for example, Swachh Bharat. But for example, in another country, they might have a different schema through which they can induce this responsible behavior within their customers. So I wanted to know how companies do target these customers based on their social norms and their culture.
Yeah, of course. Every company really understand about the culture and subculture. Okay, so whenever, for example, they really, that's what they talk about, this segmentation. They try to really understand about the cultural values of each and every customer in the particular culture. Okay, so they really go for different strategies for different customers in different parts. That's the, I don't know whether I am really getting your question correctly, but if I am correct, I would really try to say that is the segmentation. For example, like you all know, this Coca-Cola company is really targeting the people in a different manner. Now, Coca-Cola company is really thinking about people, mostly the subculture people are really concerned about their health and their money, and why do you want to really pay for these Coca-Cola? And Coca-Cola company has introduced the water bottle also for those people, for these those cultured people, not in the name of Coca-Cola, a different brand name they have they are using in order to earlier they have been doing the CSR and they have really had this brand image. Now they want to now completely shift that one for some other culture people. Therefore, they really change. So different strategies they really go for, targeting the different subculture people, subculture groups, how they can really get into their corporate image. So different. This is, for example, I would like to say, but it's the same thing that they how to target the people. Am I okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I wanted to.
Yes.
Yeah, Bijit. Yes.
Bijit, I'll give one small example adding to what Bharathy ma'am
Someone,
has said.
sorry to interrupt. Sir, recording permission. Actually, I had a network issue. I logged out and came in. Recording permission I want.
Yes, ma'am. Given.
Thank you, sir.
Bijit sir, I'll just give an add-on point to what Bharathy ma'am has said. You can go through the case study of Kellogg's. Kellogg's cornflakes. Okay,
Right.
Kellogg's cornflakes is a best case study with regard to segmentation is concerned. When they came out to India to sell Kellogg's cornflakes, they came out with an ad saying that crispy Kellogg's. Okay,
Right.
and they said that just pour milk and you can have a crispy Kellogg's for your breakfast. So in Western countries, milk means they'll keep it in the fridge and they'll take it and they'll just pour it and they'll eat the Kellogg's. It'll be crispy because it'll be in fridge, it'll be cool, and the Kellogg's cornflakes will not get slagged. But whereas in India, we have an habit that once we get the milk, we boil it at more than even 200 degrees centigrade. We say that milk comes to fully top and it goes down. So if you put that hot milk into the Kellogg's cornflakes, within seconds, the Kellogg's cornflakes, the crispiness will go away. So Kellogg's was not able to sustain in Indian market. Then Kellogg's was totally confused. They were the king makers in throughout the entire world, but they were not able to sustain in India. So they stopped their business in India. It was a big loss for Kellogg's. Then suddenly they thought, what should we do for this? Then they made a research, and I think so. You're from IIT Delhi, right, Bridget?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, IIM Ahmedabad along with EDI Gujarat, they made a study at that time. I am think if I'm not wrong, maybe 1998, because I was doing my MBA at that time. So that time the study was done. Then they found out three things. One is why the Kellogg's lost the market was, first thing is the pouring of hot water into hot milk into Kellogg's. Second
Right.
thing was the sugar content was not there. See, Kellogg's already has the sugar content there, but people they added sugar to that. Oh, it became too much tasty. Okay,
Right.
and Indians particularly, we were fond of having a very big, lengthy breakfast, heavy breakfast. Eat like we have to be like a king when we have a breakfast. So we used to have a heavy breakfast, and having a bowl of Kellogg's was not sufficient for us. So what
Yes,
happened is those people who started eating Kellogg's, they gained more weight. How? Because they had Kellogg's, and in between the lunch they had a brunch also, breakfast plus lunch, because that Kellogg's was not sufficient for them. So these were the findings which were found out. Three findings. So Kellogg's then came out with a new set of things. What is it? The crispiness of what you call the width of that particular Kellogg cornflakes was increased to sustain the what you can call the hot milk being, because you cannot change the entire country saying that you don't boil the milk. We will not change. So the company has to change. So the company changed themselves by increasing the what you can call the weight of the particular each and every single cornflake to sustain the heat. Second thing, we cannot tell everyone don't put sugar. So to make us to remind, the sugar was coated on the Kellogg's cornflake itself. So when I put the cornflake, sugar was there.
Okay.
So then they said that they had a tagline for healthy breakfast. They removed the tagline for India. Only for India it was done, particularly 1999 it was done. It was removed. They said that alternate for breakfast. They used the word alternate. Then they launched the product and it was successful. It ran for 3 years. Again it went away from the market. Zero. Again they were confused. Kellogg's, why we made everything proper to them, why they were gone? Then then the Indian people said very clearly, again another survey they said very clearly, we were getting bored of eating the same cornflakes Kellogg's. So to be very clear, Kellogg's has different kinds of varieties, strawberry, mango, chocolate, etc., etc., etc. It was totally, what you can say, created only for the Indian customers first. Now it is available throughout the world, but it was only for the Indian customers. As madam said, for segmenting these people and to sustain in the market, they came out with all these techniques. Now people are accustomed with the practice. Now the sugar coating is not there. So everything has gone. Now people are accustomed saying, okay, Kellogg's means it will be like this way. So they have understood a little bit thing. So corporate social responsibility also comes in the same way. Companies, particularly MNCs, without having a proper study on the knowledge of the segmenting and culture, they will not enter into a country. They will enter, they'll keep their footstep only if they're having a knowledge of that particular country's culture. Then they will do the business.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering the question.
Any persons having any other doubts to clarify, please? Rashmi ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, it was really insightful. You answered the questions. It was rightly justified. And we heard your personal concern also towards the environment, which was really interesting. And one thing I want to share, when it comes to Sri Lanka, actually, I had got a chance to visit Sri Lanka, where I've seen individual concerns, ma'am, especially when I went for just a street food corner. I would like to mention that right from the coconut tree, they have utilized so well. The bowl was made out of the leaves, and even the spoon. That environment concern is there, which has to be inculcated from your country. I really appreciate that, which you mentioned, the hotel event, everything. And you rightly said that it is not only the government responsibility, it is individual care which has to be taken from every nook and corner, which has to be appreciated, right? Every company should plan for it. community welfare progress, if you concentrate, then only there will be like your own growth. You cannot sustain in the business environment without the existence of the community. So community welfare should be the topmost. You enlightened us regarding the relationship of marketing with CSR, brand awareness, what is the questionable marketing practices, gray areas. We got so much of insights from you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. We learned a lot, and your concerns will be really appreciated. We will also inculcate in our regular activities. And you rightly said that employees also should be given the opportunity to be a part of this CSR initiative, so that they inculcate the habit of being good to the community also. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the
Thank you,
opportunity.
sir. Over to you, Suman, sir.
Ma'am, thanks a lot, ma'am. Darling Selvi, ma'am, if you want to tell anything, you can tell, ma'am. Ma'am, unmute, ma'am. Please
I suppose.
Ma'am, please unmute, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, ma'am, for your very wonderful presentation. We got so many practical evidences from Sri Lanka too. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you,
Special thanks, Dr. Professor Sumandiran, for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. I will be in touch with you always, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you very much for the
Thanks to all your students who are participating here also, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants, we'll be having a 10 minutes break, and then we'll be going on to the next session, which will be done by CS Rahul Agarwal, sir. So I'll just give a call to him, and I'll ensure that in another 10 to 15 minutes, he will be available for the session.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Take care, ma'am. Take care, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, ma'am.
ఇది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ సార్, కోయంబత్తూర్ యూనివర్సిటీ. రేపు నా పేపర్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఉంది, కానీ వాళ్ళు యాడ్ అవ్వాలి తప్పదు. కానీ రేపు 3:45 ఇచ్చాడు స్లాట్ నాకు. అంటే నా ట్రాక్ లాస్ట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టెక్నాలజీ పైన పేపర్. ఈ మధ్య 3 రాశాను సార్ ఐటీ పైన. ఐటీ అంటే అనలిటిక్స్ పైన సార్, బిగ్ డేటా అనలిటిక్స్ రిలేటింగ్ టు కామర్స్. నాది రేపటి యూజ్ అప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ బిగ్ డేటా సిఎస్ఆర్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. ఇప్పుడు హెచ్ఆర్ ఫంక్షన్స్ లో వాడుతున్నాము, సప్లై చైన్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ లో వాడుతున్నాము, అందుకే వాడుతున్నాము. దీంట్లో కూడా వాడొచ్చు, ఈ డొమైన్ పెరుగుతుంది అని రాశాను హైపోథసిస్ ఫ్రేమ్ చేసి. అది రేపు సాయంత్రం 3:45 స్లాట్. కోయంబత్తూర్ యూనివర్సిటీ సార్, వాళ్ళ రీసెర్చ్ ఫారం నుంచి ఇంటర్నేషనల్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అవుతోంది. ఇక్కడ నుంచి నాకు తెలిసిన 2-3 ప్రొఫెసర్స్ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. అది ఒక్కసారి యాడే బయటికి వచ్చేస్తే ఉన్నాము అని నేను చెప్పా. మాకు వర్కింగ్ డేస్ 2 days నేను ఫుల్ యాడ్ అయితే కానీ సర్టిఫికేట్ రాదు అవన్నీ చెప్పారు. నేను ఊరికే ఒకసారి కనిపిస్తాను, ఆయనతో మాట్లాడాను, మెయిన్ ఒక ఆయనతో. అది వాళ్ళ అసోసియేట్ మెంబర్ గా తీసుకుంటా అన్నారు, సమ్ మీద ప్రిస్క్రైబ్డ్ మెంబర్షిప్ ఫీ కడితే. అందుకని యాడ్ అయి కనిపిస్తే ఒకసారి ఉన్నాము అని. రేపు నా ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఎప్పుడో సాయంత్రం 4:30 వస్తుందో, నేను 4వ నంబరు 5వ నంబరు లాస్ట్ ట్రాక్ లో ఆ సెషన్ లో. అంటే ఈజీగా 4:30-5 అవుతుంది. అట్లా ఒకసారి కనిపించి అందరిని చూద్దామని. లేదు సార్, మొత్తం థియరిటికల్ గా నేర్చుకున్నాను సార్. ఒకటి సార్, బిగ్ డేటా అంటే ఈ అప్లికేషన్ సార్, ఇప్పుడు ఆపరేషన్స్ ఏరా నుంచి మనం డేటా డ్రివెన్. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ ఇదంతా పాత ప్రాసెస్ సార్. ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే హ్యూమన్ పొటెన్షియల్ ని మనము ఇన్ఫర్మేటిక్స్ ద్వారా కనుక్కొని పొటెన్షియల్ కాదా, ఈ వ్యక్తి మనకి ఫ్యూచర్ లో ఉపయోగపడతాడనేది ఇప్పుడు ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఈ రోజు కాదు, ఇప్పుడు ఆఫ్టర్ 10 years వేర్ యూ విల్ స్టాండ్ ఇన్ యువర్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రోజు నేను వచ్చేసాను ఉన్నాను కాదు, ఆఫ్టర్ 10 years హౌ ది ఆర్గనైజేషన్ యూటిలైజెస్ మీ ఆర్ హౌ ఐ విల్ బి బెనిఫిటెడ్ టు ది ఆర్గనైజేషన్, అది చాలా ముఖ్యము. సో ఈ డేటా అనలిటిక్స్ అన్ని కూడా అనలైజ్ ది కంటెంట్ అండ్ ప్రూవ్ ది ఫ్యూచర్ పొటెన్షియల్. అది దానిపైన. నేను మళ్ళీ ఇచ్చేసాను మీకు, మళ్ళీ పీజీది ఇది 2 ఇచ్చేసాను. అవును, లైబ్రరీలో పెట్టమని కూడా ఆ రోజు అయితే సార్ అనే లైబ్రరీలో పెట్టిస్తాను అంటే నేను ఇచ్చేసాను.
Sir, your mic is on.
ఐఎమ్ సారీ.
దీనికి ఉన్నదని మరి ఈ నంబర్ చేస్తే నేను
Hello. Rahul sir, warm welcome, sir. Hello.
Yeah, hi sir.
Rahul sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Hi,
hi
sir.
sir.
Warm
Can
welcome
you
to
hear
you.
me?
Sir?
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, you're audible, sir. You're very, very much audible. Rashmi, ma'am, you can start the recording, and this recording is going on.
Sir, recording is on.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Participants, we are starting with the second session. The topic of the second session is role of corporates in CSR governance and implementation. We have with us Mr. Rahul Agarwal, who is a member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India with a master's in business law from National Law School of India University, Bangalore. He is also a chartered financial analyst from Institute of Chartered Financial Analysts of India and bachelor's degree in commerce. With more than 5 years of relevant experience working in industry and consultancy, his foremost principle is to provide excellence in professional and secretarial services with quality, innovation, and highest standard of client satisfaction. He is specialized in compliance management, secretarial audit, liquidation matters, giving corporate law opinions, and drafting and vetting of shareholders and other agreements. He has handled more than 15 liquidation matters, in which 10 relates to foreign subsidiaries and multiple merger assignments and secretarial audits. He has adequate experience in dealing with corporate law matters, obtaining approvals and registrations with various governmental, statutory and administrative authorities like Ministry of Corporate Affairs, National Company Law Tribunal, regional directors, registrar of companies, Reserve Bank of India, and so on. He has also facilitated various transactions by undertaking due diligence, compliance management, vetting of agreements, and facilitating the transactions. He is now heading and practicing as a company secretary for Rahul A and Associates. And his key services are corporate law advisory and compliance services, incorporation assistance for companies, corporate restructuring and insolvency matters, audit and due diligence services. He is also a scrutinizer for e-voting and postal ballot management services, legal documentation assistance with regard to outsourcing services, intellectual property, and is also a representation service being done from his end before the ROC. And he is also the current president of BNI network of Bangalore. And a warm welcome to you, Rahul sir. And it is an utmost pleasure to have you with us. I do remember that I invited him for just a 5 minutes talk. We had some other personal chat. So I put a word to him saying, Rahul, we have a conference. Why not you give a talk on this particular topic? Because compared to an academician giving a talk on the compliance aspects of CSR, it would be a best thing that a corporate person, particularly a company secretary, giving an insight and valuable addition towards CSR, how it is being practiced by companies or what are the things that has to be practiced. And this becomes the most important part to understand CSR in India particularly. If all participants accept that India is the number one country today in implementing this corporate social responsibility with a special act, and they do follow it very seriously also. The Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, all these people are looking into this particular aspect of the compliance being done by each and every company. And Rahul Arwal will be the right person to give the insights to all of us. Over to you, Rahulji.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful introduction, and also putting little gravity on the Indian design, how CSR is implemented here. So before starting, I also would like to share PPT. So shall I get
Yes,
that?
yes, sir. You're given permission, sir. Everyone.
Can you see the PPT?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. And my voice is also clear, I hope.
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
Thank you very much. So now I am touching upon this topic of role of corporates in CSR governance and implementation. Why specifically this particular topic? Why role of corporates in CSR governance and implementation? Because governments will come up with their own ideas, views, how economy can be developed. But until there is a support from the public, the people of the nation, things will not become successful. So the role of corporate is very much important to make this CSR really practically possible. And there was a warm welcome from all the corporates for the CSR. In beginning, there was little reluctance, but later on, a lot of corporates has started this CSR activities. The limit was fixed for 2%, that they should do minimum 2%, but we have a lot of corporates which are going beyond that, beyond 3-4% also. So that is something welcome move from Indian society. Today I will be touching upon 3 topics. So first I will give you just little brief up of the Indian CSR design, and then I will go a little in detail how there are company law provisions which are governing the CSR design in India, and then we will discuss in depth and recognition. So let me start with the introduction first, and before that let me also give you one quote from Shri J.R.D. Tata. Once he told that every company has a special continuity responsibility towards the people of the area in which it is located and which its employees and their families live. So this is even some 100 years back when he told this, and CSR we are seeing are covering the same issues today, because CSR is just not charity. This is, you are developing some area where you are really operating, so where your employees might be living, so those areas where your employees will also get covered, and even the society at large. Let me start with the introduction to CSR first. So I have taken up this definition from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, because I would like to here the audience is throughout the world, so I would like to share the worldwide what is a thought about CSR. The CSR is basically the continuity commitment by business to behave ethically and contribute to the economic development while improving the quality of life of the workforce and their families, as well as of the local community and society at large. So basically, they also mean to say that CSR should cover four groups. The first, your employees; second, their families; third, the community where they live in those areas; and fourth, your own society. If we talk about Indian CSR regime, so whatever CSR expenditure corporate do in India will be covered under this, not beyond India. And they had given more preference if any CSR activities are conducted in the local areas where the company is having office. You can see here, this is a Dalstadt's 5 dimensions of CSR which he has given in 2008. So if you see, all these dimensions are little related to each other. First two are environmental and social. These are directly linked, because if you spend something for the society or for the environment, that will be directly considered as a CSR. And there will be indirect impact on the economic. How it is? Because by doing this CSR expenditures, you are also giving employment to a lot of people in the unorganized sector. And then when you are focusing on the CSR, your major focus will be on all your stakeholders. Otherwise, instead of CSR, it will become your charity. And who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders can be an employee, can be your shareholders, can be your customers, suppliers, all these. And this attitude toward doing CSR implementation should be voluntary. So it should not be something which is the law is pushing us to do and we are doing it. Here, if you see, these are the three thought processes when some company do CSR expenditures. So first, they will focus as a CSR as a corporate philanthropy, which is not from today, which is from very long time, from centuries ago. This concept was there in India, and by CSR we have something legally also what we are supposed to do. But here, what happened in CSR corporate philanthropy, this is more like we are doing a charity. So we will spend on some objects which are defined by the government, but we are really not focused on how this will add value to our company. On the very other side, we have a CSR as a value creation. When we focus on the value creation, so probably we will develop the market for our product. When we talk about CSR expenditure, Indian government doesn't allow that you should you sell your own products as a CSR expenditure. Like for example, some companies manufacturing, HUL is manufacturing a lot of products, so they cannot just sell those products or donate those products as a CSR. They have to do something else. So basically, by doing that, you are trying to gain a publicity. So that is a value creation, because that will increase your long-term value of the company. In between this, there is a one thought process we talk about. We are doing CSR because for the compliance, the government is forcing us to do, and we are doing it. But if a company can move from the second layer to the first layer, which is a CSR as a value creation, then that will really have a very long-term sustainability effect for that particular company. Now let me come to the next chapter on the CSR legal regime. This is something very amazing fact. That's why I want to put only this one particular line on this particular slide, that India is the first country to make CSR mandatory. So if all companies are the eligibility criteria I will be sharing in the next slide, all those companies are supposed to make CSR expenditure. If they don't do, then they have to disclose in the board report, and the government will also pressurize by sending them notices why you were not able to do that, and they have to reply to that. And moreover, going forward, the government is also planning to penalize those who are not making 100% expenditure on CSR, what they are supposed to do. Now let us discuss how much to spend for the CSR and who all are supposed to do it, whether all small companies, big companies are supposed to do it, or there's a class of a company which should do it. And before that, let us see how this thing has really come up in India. First, we had CSR voluntary guidelines issued in 2009. So these were discretionary, that some company can adopt, some company can just leave it like that. Then we have a DPE guidelines for central public sector units, which came in 2010. So basically, the government entities will be covered under DPE guidelines. Then in 2011, there was a national voluntary guidelines on all these parameters: social, environmental, economic responsibility, which is today covered under CSR. And then finally, we had Companies Act, the new Company Act, which has got enforced on 1st April 2014. So when I'm talking about CSR, so basically in Indian company law regime, there is one specific section devoted to CSR activities, that is section number 135. So these are the aspects what I am going to cover under this legal regime of the CSR now. The first, let me discuss about the applicability criteria. Which companies are supposed to make start working on the CSR? So basically, any company which is having a net worth of more than 500 crores, turnover of 1000 crore or more, or net profit of 5 crore or more, these companies are supposed to constitute a CSR committee. Just imagine a company is having a net worth of more than 500 crores, but for some reason they didn't have any profit in last few years. So how they will do this expenditure when they are under losses? That's why they have to just form one CSR committee. And what committee will be like? What will be the constitution of the committee? So basically, the committee should have 3 directors, and out of that, one person should be an independent director. The all big companies, we find there is a one independent director who is not connected to the promoters or any key managerial personnel of the company, or nowhere connected to any other person who is holding higher position in the company. He will be completely independent, so that he can give a very free ideas without any kind of pressure. So basically, there should be 3 directors. But there are companies in India which can get incorporated with only 2 directors. Those are basically the small private companies. So if there are 2 directors, then there is no need of having an independent director. You can form CSR committee with those 2 directors. Now, what this committee is going to do? This committee is going to formulate and recommend the CSR policy. How all these mechanisms start in a company? Basically, first, you have to formulate one corporate social responsibility policy for your particular company. And how you will formulate that? There are areas which are given in separate schedule. The list has been given. What all activities you can undertake and where the government will consider that as CSR. So based upon those areas, you can have your own policy for the company. Suppose a company say, we are going to work on the malnutrition or we are going to work on the education. So that will be their CSR policy and whatever projects they will undertake. So this will be the framework and they will take projects under this framework. Then CSR committee will evaluate various projects and also tell how much amount to be spent on any particular project. And they will also monitor the CSR policy from time to time. Because, for example, if I have to give you the current situation, till now, this COVID-related impacts, these things were not there under CSR policy or the schedule what government has provided, Schedule 7. But due to this has become a pandemic, they have to provide that those companies an option that they can focus on this. That's how the company has started spending on COVID-related issues, and they have revised their CSR policy. When this is an annual report, like point number 5, there is an annual report. Basically, it's a director report which company gives at the end of every year. Along with that, they also give a CSR, corporate social responsibility statement. What was the outcome of their whole year CSR activities? And the chairman of the CSR committee, who is out of those 3 directors, has to sign that particular annual report. Now, committee is a subordinate to a board of directors because committee is having 3 directors. So the board is a main framework out of which CSR committee is formed. The board might be having 5, 6, 7, 10 directors, out of which 3, 4 directors will become part of the CSR committee. Whatever those 3, 4 directors will take a decision, so that will be considered as a recommendation to the board, and the board will approve. Let it be CSR policy, let it be CSR budgets, expenditures, everything will be approved by the CSR board of directors. And they will also discuss in their directors report, which they give at the end of every year. Now, this is the most important part. How much to spend? How much is to spend mandatorily? So basically, a company which we had discussed in the earlier level. So those companies are supposed to have a CSR committee, and in those companies, 2% of their average net profit of the last 3 preceding financial years, they have to spend as a CSR. Now, why 3 immediate preceding year? Because suddenly some year there might be a chance where we are having very less turnover or profit. So when we average for 3 years, then it will give some better picture of the company. So we have to remember this, that 2% of the average net profit in last 2 years.
The students of the content in the assignment.
Sorry, I didn't got, like somebody told something. Okay, let me continue. So when any company take up the CSR project, so first they will do a survey of that particular field area where they want to have a project. Then they will discuss on the duration of the project. Some projects might be very small, which will happen just in a month or 2. Some projects might take few years of time. Say you are working on like having some infrastructure, kind of a road infrastructure, or maybe electrification of any village. So that will take time. But if suppose you are just focusing on developing the infrastructure of any school, that will happen very quickly in few months time. So duration, then how much amount to be allocated for that particular project, because company having a very large base for CSR expenditure, will have various projects going on simultaneously. And they will be continuously monitoring each and every aspect on a regular basis, maybe internally or with the help of external agency. So here I'm just going to cover in very crisp how CSR project implementation really take place. We will discuss this in the next part in detail. CSR projects implementation can be done directly by the company, or it can be done by their own NGO, non-government organizations. So these are basically the non-profit organizations, and or otherwise they can also give money to external, outside, and not connected NGOs which are having an experience of more than 3 years. So this is not like some trust is developed for some social work and it has just now got registered and you are giving money to it. That is not possible. That should have a track record of last 3 years into that particular activity. Now, when I was talking about, like, from all these slides, I was talking about the areas scheduled. So basically, these are the areas which government has provided that you can do expenditure in any of these matters, and that will be considered as your CSR expenditure. So for your convenience, I will just read out. The first one is when some company is working for the hunger, poverty. The second is for the education. The third one is women empowerment is also given very importance, and for the senior citizen if they do anything. Then fourth one is we have a lot of heritage sites, and also we have very diverse culture. So if you protect any of these, then, and I will also give you examples of some companies which are really doing it. Then when you do something for the armed forces, the sixth one, when you are focusing on the environment, that is also covered. The seventh one is when you are focusing on the technology, because ultimately that is going to be have an economic benefit for the nation. And eighth one is rural supports, and especially for Paralympics. Ninth one, it is a PM relief fund. So basically here you are not doing any project directly, you are just transferring money to the PM relief fund, and that PM relief fund will do that. So basically it's a fund developed by the government. So they are handing this fund. You will just put money in that, and whenever any kind of a situation or some situation will come up, like floods or anything, so the government will spend that money for that particular work. And the last one is rural development projects. So basically rural development projects are very big projects where you are not just focusing on the road or electrification or sanitation or education. You are basically looking for the holistic development of the villages. So this is the end of this particular part, but before that I would like to ask you a few questions. Just think over it and then I will give you the answer as well. First one is whether CSR expenditure can be undertaken only for the employees. Only for the employees and nobody else. So probably you feel you are having thousands of employees, then you can just focus on those 1,000 people. Whether can you do that? So this answer I had answered in the starting only, that you can have your employees as a part of that particular group which you are going to serve, but you cannot have specifically for the employees. Otherwise, what will happen? There will be a misutilization. There will be a pay cut for the employees and they will get money in form of a CSR. The second is whether CSR expenditure can be done in any part of the India. The first thing is, yes, they can do in any part. Suppose company is in Bangalore or Chennai and they can do some expenditure in Delhi, but it is always recommended that to do in your local limits, local area where your company is present. So that is basically you are not doing charity, you are trading your brand name. And the third one, whether CSR activities can be undertaken outside India. So this is something which is not covered. Currently, it is not covered that if you do some CSR expenditure beyond India is not covered. This is the only reason is CSR expenditure has to be done by those companies which are operating and making profit in India. So if you are not, if you are making profit in India, the government also expect that you should do for the local society some expenditure for their development. Dear friends, this is interesting. This shows how proactive our government is, Indian government, because we have seen this COVID situation from the beginning of this year, and by August month they have all mechanism in place by which any expenditure anything, any technology has been developed, any research expenditure or distribution expenditure related to COVID situation will be covered under your CSR. So this is a very warm welcome move from the government, and within just span of 6 months, they were able to develop and change everything in their regime so that they can have this in place. And just make a note of this, that this will be from the 1st April onwards. So even if, before this notification also, if you have done something of like that nature, still that will be covered. Indian government is trying to become little strict when we are considering about the CSR. They have given 5 years time when CSR was not. If you don't spend complete amount, you can just disclose in your director's report that why you have not spent. So probably you could have given reason that time. But now government wants that every company should and mandatorily do CSR expenditure. They should themselves take care of the society. So this is a move which we are expecting from some time now, and we are hoping that by next year we will be having this particular amendment, where if some company doesn't do, they will get penalized. So this is all about the legal regime of CSR, the CSR governance point. Now let me come to the CSR implementation. Here, my main focus will be how practically it is happening in the corporate. So I should be able to do little justice to that. So how they can be an effective CSR implementation in a company. So basically how company really do it. First, they will develop their in-house one CSR strategy, what they are going to focus upon. Now here a lot of thought processes has worked upon. When this CSR has came in the beginning, that time the companies were just spending say on a sanitation, or they will be spending on a health, or just feeding the poor. But later on they realized that they can really work on the public, making their public image, for which their stakeholder also feel yes, they are doing something good. So one new thought process came. It is like, for example, LG is there. So LG, instead of focusing too much on sanitation and other activities, they will also focus on IT development in some schools and other places. Then second is operationalizing the institutional mechanism. So basically, this particular, you can have they can have their internal mechanism, or they will have it some outside mechanism. They will look into that that is properly operational. It is not just like something is there which is not too much transparent. Then the third one is due diligence of the institutional partner. Before selecting any person, any trust, and giving them money for any CSR activities, they will do proper due diligence of that particular entity. They just don't give money like that. Then there will be a project development. So when they sit with an institutional partner or their in-house staff who are very much intelligent enough to understand that particular project activities, who are good in that particular project, they have internal discussions where they will really develop the project, how they really want to go ahead. To give you one example, this I came to know that Cisco, one of the company present in Bangalore, where they have having a lot of employees here, they do funding to some colleges which are in the outskirts of Bangalore, especially in Karnataka, some colleges. And those college students, they will get funded by Cisco, and these college students are supposed to teach other school students. So basically what is happening, by spending 100 rupees, you are taking benefit of 200, 300 rupees. This is something really awesome. Then there will be a project approval stage. So before any project approval will happen, so here the committee can only have a recommendations. Then committee and the board, they will decide whether they want to undertake this project or not. And once they have started working on that project, then they will be continuously monitoring them on time. They will be, if the project is big, the amount is big, they will be having an in-house team which will be continuously visiting the place and checking the impact assessment they will be doing. And how they will do impact assessment, they can do by themselves, or they can also do it through some external agency. And lastly, it's like a reporting and accountability. So basically, whenever they have an expenditure, they will make they will make the thing completely transparent for the benefit of the shareholders as well. That there will be a complete, transparent, detailed reporting on these CSR activities. we have seen that companies has focused on these successful implementation strategies which has really worked for them. So having a smooth CSR activities. First, they will check out the impact. Then what activities they want to undertake which are related to the core business, the vision of the company. Then monitoring that particular framework. And then fixing on timelines and also the budgets. And the last is risk mitigation. So if suppose they have planned something and which is not happening that properly, maybe because for developing some infrastructure, they didn't got the approvals on time or something. So they have a risk mitigation strategy where immediately they will move on to something else, which is also equally beneficial. This is how a company do their regular business. The same way they also undertake CSR activity also very seriously. So here we had categorized the companies which are doing CSR expenditure into 3 categories, basically for easy understanding. And I will also give you the name of the company just for example, and also tell you about their projects, which will help you to understand how really it is happening. The first one is in-house CSR activities. They don't outsource to somebody. So this will be quite a big size companies which do this kind of thing. Then second is a government schemes or independent NGOs. So here they will look for minimum 3 years track record and they will spend money to this particular scheme which we have discussed, like PM National Relief Fund or to NGOs. They will give money to them and then they will be monitoring. The third one is they will form their own one specific entity which will is having numerous companies and they have one Tata Trust. All these numerous companies, whatever CSR expenditure is required, a big portion of that will go to the Tata Trust, and through Tata Trust they will take up the projects. So here I am also sharing you some data like in how this really happened. What I just told you that how much percentage was spent through implementing agency, that was more than 40%. And directly by the company is 34%. So taken together, almost 80% was spent by directly by the company or through implementing agency. So very less amount, 20% is only through some other factors. So friends, this is something really interesting. So basically, this is getting into too much insight of a company to understand how inside a company it really happens. Before discussing this topic, I will tell you CSR is just not that you are mandated to do some expenditure and you are doing it. This is basically you are making your employees also equally responsible. Why so? Because just imagine the employee of any company is also doing some social work. He will get very good feeling from inside. This is what is one of the intention of doing this CSR. Everybody should inside only have a great responsibility towards society, and that's how they will be a good citizen for the society. How this really happens inside the company is, just to give you one example without stating the name of the company here, because I work very closely with them. So in-house, they have a team of more than 1,000 employees working for them. So what they have done is, they have different departments, say HR, finance and others. So they have taken how many people are interested in taking up this some CSR activities. How many people are ready beyond their regular work also to spend little amount of time here. So based upon that, department wise, they have formed a team. Say if IT department is very big, having 700, 800 people. So there will be large number of teams there, and finance team is small. So one team there and one team in HR like that. Now what will happen? All these teams will be divided and this team will have their own committee. So earlier what we had seen is there is a board of director. In board of director there is a committee. But now there is a committee department wise. Every team is having their own chairman and their other 2-3 people who will be taking the final decision. They are the core members of that particular committee. And they will themselves will decide what projects has to be undertaken without any control from the company side, company board of director or senior management. They get complete independence to do that. And all evaluation and everything they cannot do. So there will be a separate team who will be doing evaluation for all the projects selected by different teams there. And everybody will get allocated funds in an equal proportion. So there will be no like some team is getting a 1 crore and some team is getting 2 crore. Every team will get a same proportion of money to spend. And later on, they will find it out during the year what activities they have taken up. So which was the most unique activity, most unique idea, or which are the such a activity by which the name of company has really the brand value has formed much better. And based upon that, once their annual day will come, that time they award those particular team. So this is something we are creating a healthy environment for the betterment of the society. This is one case I'm telling in-house how it really happens, because already I hope you people are aware that how NGOs and trusts works. Maybe some members might not be aware how it happens practically in the company. So this is just to inform you about that. So here you can see, like I just cover up the few areas. You can just see where the thought process is going on. Like, I mean, sometimes you're finding that slum area development suddenly in 15-16, the expenditure was very less. It was only 14 crores, and suddenly next year it jumped up to 51 crores. So basically what you are seeing here is the data collected, and in terms of rupees crores, the CSR expenditure spent by the Indian corporates. So on different activities. So if you see heritage, arts and culture, so it is gaining a lot of importance nowadays. Earlier there was not that much of focus there. And if you see sports also, earlier in 2014-15 they were the Indian corporate was spending only 58 crores, but now it has increased to 225 crores. So somewhere we can see that the demand of Indian society is not only the slum area development, or it is not only the poverty. So now they have gone one level up in the standard of living, and we are focusing on other activities as well. So I told you friends about how in a company they award the best team taking up the CSR activity. The government also do that. In 2019, we had National CSR Awards. So it was done by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, basically the ministry which controls the corporate sector in India. Here, they have categorized the awards in 3 areas. The first one is Corporate Awards for Excellence in CSR. Second is Corporate Awards in CSR in Challenging Circumstances. And the third one is the for the best unique projects taken up by any corporates. So basically, like I will tell you first about Corporate Awards for Excellence in CSR. So this is something like where they have find out who are the companies which have done really something interesting and CSR expenditure above 100 crores also, who have done at a big level. So this was a selection criteria for which they have selected Power Grid as number 1. Then Corporate Awards in CSR in Challenging Circumstances. So here you are finding a name of one company which we are not very much aware of. This is the Technic India Limited. This is because they have taken up projects in very challenging areas. Basically in a few areas of West Bengal where you might say is the Naxality and other areas, and they have taken up those challenging projects. So there is a separate category and they got awarded in that particular category. Then we have 11 awards for areas which is the most inspiring and very unique, and which is opening up a thought process for the people here. Here, the SDFC Bank got the first award. Why SDFC Bank got the first award was they have focused basically on the rural development. So they were looking for the complete holistic development of the rural areas. So this is not only health, or this is not only sanitation. This is everything regarding infrastructure, education, whatever is required. They have done it. Their major focus was also very interesting. They have focused on 2 things very importantly. First one is electrification of the whole villages through solar power. So that is also very interesting. They have developed the infrastructure for that. And second, making the financial services available to each and every person in those areas. So this is what we used to say, directly you're not selling your policies or you're not selling your products or services, but indirectly you're making a market for this. So they have shown the growth of their company also by doing this, and also building the name in those areas. Now just imagine like whether anybody in those villages will be interested in opening an account with any other bank except HDFC Bank. Definitely not. Now friends, before moving further, which is almost the end of my presentation, I would also like to just give you a few examples what I mentioned you earlier, how all these implementations take place. There we have discussed about 3 ways of implementation. The first one is an internal implementation. Through they have a team inside and they will not give money to any outsider. So basically there I can give you example of Mahindra and Mahindra. Mahindra and Mahindra 3 projects which has really got a lot of successes. One is a Nani Kali. Nani Kali they have done for giving education to the poor girls. Only poor girls, they are focusing on the education for that, and the name of the project was Nani Kali. The second was Street Smart. Street Smart. So this is basically for road awareness programs. And the third one is Hunar. So they will look for, Hunar is basically the talent of one particular person. So they will bring up that talent, they will find out which person is interested in what, and they will try to provide a vocational and other skill development trainings so that after finishing that they can directly go for a job. And all these projects had been done by Mahindra and Mahindra internally without giving any money outside. Now let me give you another example where some company has given money to some outside agency and through them they have made the expenditure. So here I would like to give you an example of Infosys and Biocon. Infosys, they have collaborated with one Go Sport Foundation. So Go Sport Foundation is looking after the sports activities for the whoever talented people. Here we have a talented youth, whatever talented youth we are having in India, and Infosys fund Go Sports. Then Biocon is having a tie-up with Indian Foundation of Art. So I have shown you in those data that now there's a lot of focus on the culture and art. So this is also through Biocon what they are doing. And now let me also tell you about this, how the big group like Tata, they form one separate Tata Trust and everybody fund in that particular Tata Trust, and that Tata Trust covers various aspects. So basically now Tata Trust doesn't cover 1 or 2 activities, they will be having 100 activities going together. So friends, here I would like to end up my presentation by giving you one quote from Nelson Mandela. Vision without action is just a dream. Action without vision is a waste of time. Vision with action can change the world. Thank you very much, all of you, for listening to me.
Thanks, Rahulji. Thanks for your elaborate talk on this topic, because most of us, we don't have an idea about this compliance procedures. We all know a word CSR because it's a buzzword, a 3-letter word. This 3-letter word comes to our mind very easily. So CSR is known to us by the word CSR. But there are a lot of other compliances which are being practiced by different companies in different ways. And you are given a bird's eye view and in depth also in certain places. And thanks a lot for you. There are some questions coming out. Like say, we have one person, Madamanchi Bhujankar. He is a CSR expert. He has asked a question. Bhujankar sir, you're online?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can ask the question directly, sir.
Okay, sir. Now, actually, you mentioned that 3 years average of the income is to be taken into account, sir.
Yes, sir.
But many people has got doubt. Suppose in 1 year they got there is a loss. Whether that loss can be deducted from the profit while arriving at the average of the profit.
Yes, sir. So this is a question which where a lot of confusion also starts, because and this looks little impracticable also, because for 2 years company had a profit and suddenly this year company has incurred a loss, and when company is making loss, still you are expecting that company should do CSR funding.
Right.
But imagine in first year company has 100 crores profit, second year again 100 crores profit, third year they have some 100 crores some loss, right? So if they average up, they will add all 3, so it will become 100 crores divided by 3, which is a 33.33 crores. So ultimately they are having a profit, and out of 33 they will spend 2%, which will come out to be your 1 crore 67 lakhs near about.
Yes, sir. It means we are deducting. We can deduct it.
Yes, you have to deduct. You have to deduct.
Loss can be deducted while arriving at the net profit for the last 3 years.
So you have to deduct because just imagine one company in last 2 years had 200 crores profit and this year 500 crore loss. So definitely in total they are under loss. So their average net profit is in minus.
Their loss.
So you can expect that company. Yeah.
So they need not do anything.
Yes. They should not. They should just.
So it means that they need not do anything.
Pardon me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please come again.
Yes, sir. I think that okay. That is it means loss can be taken into account for arriving at the average net profit.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. The another question is, sir, whether employees expenditure spent on employees. Employees means not the welfare of the employees. For voluntary voluntary work done by the employees, whether that wages are into account.
Sir, actually, your voice was getting little disturbed in between. So can you just repeat your question again? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Please, can you repeat your question again? Because your voice was getting cut in between.
Sir, companies, some companies say that the employees will be doing some voluntary work for the CSR.
Yes.
In such case, whether their salaries can be treated as a part of CSR expenditure.
Okay, sir, what you are saying, basically here salary directly will not be considered as a part of a CSR. So just to tell you how this can be considered, some employee is taking a leave for doing some CSR activities of the company. That will be considered as a leave, but on the other hand, the company also has a power that they can have 5% of the CSR expenditure, the quantum of the CSR expenditure, 5% they can spend on administration. So he can get some money from the administration part, but he cannot get as a salary.
Okay, it cannot go beyond 5%. They cannot take it to beyond 5% towards that employees' salaries or whatever.
Whatever, sir. Like maybe you are giving to some trust also, say 1 crore rupees, and they have some admin expenses, so they cannot have more than 3 lakhs. Or you cannot have the board sitting in the CSR committee and taking out the sitting fees at a high amount beyond 5%. So that will not serve the purpose. So admin cost maximum can be 5%. 95% should go to the public. Hope I have clarified your.
Okay, sir.
Sir, this is Cynthia Padala. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, ma'am, please.
Yeah, hi. I'm actually president of an organization. It's an NRI-led organization. So we are working on sustainable development goals in rural areas. We are also trying to connect with CSR, but online I don't find any one site that has given a broken down list of which company is focusing or supporting which activity for the SDGs. Is there any place of that sort, sir?
So basically, ma'am, what you're asking is basically is going to be again admin cost, because by developing that site also they will not get any benefit. What companies are focusing upon, they are focusing upon just giving complete annual report of their CSR activities. Here we can expect the government to really work upon it and just tell me how different villages, what are the things required there, so people can work upon that. But ma'am, just to answer this, there are some organizations, say like Banwasi Kalyana, so which will look after the development of these small villages and other areas. So there will not be a clear site. Basically, you have to look from the item wise what particular activity you want to do.
Okay, so I'll have to research and then connect individual.
Yeah, you can do that, or if you
Jelly
want me
with
to
the
find
company,
it
sir?
out, then you can also write a mail to me. I will also try to find out in a week time and give you those information.
Okay, sure. I'll contact you, sir. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is there any restriction for CSR funding on the basis of area? I mean, location, or is it applicable to any sort of people?
Ma'am, actually, this question I would like to answer differently. Like, for example, the government is insisting that you should do in your local areas all the expenditure. Now, recently we had seen that flood has come in a place like Odisha, West Bengal. So now definitely the company might be in Tamil Nadu or might be in Jammu Kashmir. They would like to do some donations, some help, support to people in Odisha who are really suffering. So that time, if I consider in their local areas, nobody is suffering as much as people in Odisha and West Bengal are suffering. So they got a freedom. This is only say discretionary and guidance. Basically, what we have in India like directive principles. So not mandatory, but you should follow.
Actually, I'm working in a state government college. So we approached two people. That is, when we approached Kudankulam nuclear project for CSR funding, they simply denied us, citing that we are far away from them, 60 kilometers away from them. And when we approached the power grid, who are very close to our college, that is 3-kilometer vicinity, they too denied our request, citing that they'll give only for the solar system of the villages and not to the educational institutions. That way, just to get the clarification,
So
I'm asking this
I tell you
question.
why that is happening. I tell you why you got that answer from them. Basically, to the people you have interacted are not the decision maker there. So when I discuss about the CSR policy, which a company developed, so based upon the complete infrastructure, the framework of Schedule 7, they have specific things to take down in their CSR policy. So maybe their CSR policy is not allowing them to do that.
So that's based on the CSR policy of that particular institute, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Rahul, I have one more question from my end.
Please, sir.
See, as same question of what Darling Selvi Madam has asked, I'm asking the same question. See, I am having a firm, Coimbatore Research Forum, okay, and I have a lot of consultants who are all academically sound with their PhD, and they have PDF and all these things. So now we as academicians, we also have an interest towards developing certain communities. Say, for example, there are some minority communities which are there from Nilgiris. There are some minority community people or scheduled tribes are there who are there from what you call from lot of villages near Tiruvannamalai in Tamil Nadu, places there. So there are a lot of things, and in fact we have prepared some proposals in terms of developing the educational scenario of these people who are deprived of that particular fundings. The government is also not focusing on, or they're simply waiving off their time in terms of providing the necessary funds for that particular group of people. So we have come out with a plan. By a detailed plan has been prepared. Now we tried with speaking with a lot of companies to provide. It is not a huge amount for them. Maybe not even it goes beyond even 1 crore. It is less than 1 crore only. If that amount is spent, maybe that village will the village people will succeed, and they can have at least one person who can become a doctor or an engineer. So that is the case there. So now we are not when we say it's a Coimbatore Research Forum, when we go and provide them the particular project and everything, we are not getting any funds, and the companies are not ready to spend anything. Rather, these companies are spending money as CSR, telling that they are putting a what you can call a roadside garden, beautifying a particular place, or simply keeping one place where they provide water facilities during the hot season. For that, they are spending the money, and they're showing an account with the help of an auditor. But when we go genuinely with them to ask for these things, they are denying it. So now why not the company change its policies? What is stopping them to not change the policy?
Yeah. So basically, what is happening is there are two perspectives in CSR. One is you are working for the society, and second, you are creating image for yourself.
Okay.
Publicity. So if suppose some company focus too much on spending for the society, then they will be just doing charity.
Okay.
And on the other side, and they will be interested in taking up your projects. And on the other hand, if company is focusing more on building the brand value, They
Okay.
will focus on those things where they can advertise, they can put their name boards, and right.
Yes.
So they can have some kind of public image. Now,
Okay.
when you're talking about some tribal areas, these are in very much outskirts, and because I am also connected to one organization, Vanvasi Kalyana.
Okay.
So where we look after the development of tribal area people.
Okay.
So here, I tell you how practically you can do this, because this I have also done 2 times.
Okay.
To the company, you should go with your one presentation. I mean, you speak to the senior management, and you have to go with the presentation once they will allow give you an appointment.
Okay.
So this is like, I just give you a name of, like, I mean, one example of Informatica. Before that, I just request all of like people listening that when I'm taking name of some company, this is only in the with a good motive, nothing to harm any particular company's image or something. So this is a disclaimer.
Yes, sir.
So
Sure.
now you say this case of Informatica. So to the senior management, we had given a presentation, and after doing that, we have told them various projects what can be undertaken. You will not believe that they have spent in the first go. They have spent nearly 8 lakh rupees for the development of one school, where even the children, you are using the torn bags, and there were I mean, no benches, no chair for the teacher, and they have set up all the infrastructure. So this is really how you approach a company. Now, like here, every company might not be coming forward because they are having their own. Now, for example, somebody will tell me, like if I'm in a company and I'm spending on one particular project, will tell me to spend on another project, then I will say I cannot address each and every issue in the society. So that also thought process one person can take.
Okay.
But from my side, what best I can do, sir, like, so whenever you are going to any company, I can give you a presentation, or if you want, I will come down with you. So
Okay.
we will give a presentation to the board of director or maybe senior management, say CFO.
Okay.
And then probably we can expect a little better response.
Okay. So then basically then I should have an NGO, then only I'll be getting the funding, or even say for example, it's a sole proprietorship firm, and we have a good number of members in that particular group, and all are academicians. So why not we go and approach? They're saying that you are not an NGO, you should not do all this
Yeah.
work.
So basically, this Vanvasi Kalyana, what I mentioned, is also not an NGO. So this is only volunteers organization.
Okay. Okay.
And
Okay.
if you go to some company with a particular project, and if they like it, they will definitely do it. So
Fine,
basically, in that particular case, what I did, I directly connected them to the principal of the school.
Okay.
And whatever expenditure they have done it directly without giving any money to any NGO.
Fine. Okay. Got it. I got it. So I'll be in touch with you in regard to this particular thing is concerned, because there are some two or three projects lying unused for almost 2 to 3 years, wherein we thought about using it for the betterment of some people, but it is left out. So once it is over, I'll try to contact you, sir.
Sure, sir. Please. Most welcome.
Any other questions are there?
Sir, this is Ramya here. I have a question.
Yes, Ramya ma'am.
Sir, this is regarding, see, as per Companies Act, 2% is what is being prescribed for all companies. But we see that not even 2% is being spent by majority of companies. So, what's your take on that?
Yeah. So basically, there are some companies which will say this is our hard-earned money, and like generally this happen in a closely held company where there are few promoters. They always think that whatever profit they have earned, this is their own. But once they will change the thought process, thinking that the government has reduced the corporate tax, and in CSR they are telling you to do it. You just imagine that you are in the same world where you have a corporate tax of more than 25%. You will spend it happily. Now, like when I mentioned the 3 areas where you can cover all the companies, in center there was a one area which is some companies are doing just because they want to comply, otherwise they will get penalized. So this what we called as a stick and carrot theory. So you are giving carrot also, and if somebody is not listening to you, you are using stick also. So for these companies, the government is using stick, but if somebody is interested in eating carrot, then they will definitely have a good value for their own company in the society.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So this what you are asking, no, those companies we really cannot help it, who are spending less than 2%.
But it is majority of companies are in that category only, no, sir?
So what they do, they just disclose in the data report some reason why they have not spent, and you will find that the same reason is appearing in the all 5 years balance sheet. Director's
Yes.
report.
Yes, yes.
So that we cannot do it right now. We cannot do it. But this government has also realized. Then they said more than carrot now stick is required. So maybe by next year we can expect that they will make it mandatory that if you don't spend 2%, then you will be penalized. Then you will find these companies also spending minimum 2%.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from the participants, please? Okay. Rahul sir, thanks a lot for your elaborate talk and clarifying the questions. It was indeed a great thing to learn about more on the compliance part of corporate social responsibility is concerned. And very thankful to you for accepting this particular talk for this conference. Thanks a lot, Rahulji.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity to me, and thank you all of you who have listened to me. And also, like a couple of things I would like to just say here, that wherever I have used any company name, this is only to build one good image for those companies, nothing to have anything to do with anything else. And second, anytime if you people need anything from my side, maybe you want to approach some company, you are always welcome. My phone number and email ID is there. Any query, you can write me a mail or you can call me. Any support I can do, I will be very happy to do that. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you everyone.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. And there are some people who have asked for your PowerPoint slides. So
I will share after this.
If you just send a mail to me, I'll send the mail to them to every one of them, sir. So it will be easier for them to know more about CSR.
Sure, sir. I will share right away.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes. And participants, we are having a break now for 1 hour. We will again resume by 2:15. 2:15 we will be joining there, and we will be having the talk by Dr. Pavan Kumar, sir. It will be on the banking perspective is concerned, and the entire banking industry, CSR practices of banking industries. So Satya Pavan sir will be available there at 2:15 to start his session. And the last session will be by Dr. U.M. Premlata from Canada, and she'll be talking on the entrepreneurial edge and the CSR practices that can be adopted by an entrepreneur. So request you all to be again available by 2:15 sharp. Thank you very much. Rashmi ma'am, are you available there? இன்னும் 5 நிமிஷம் தான் இருக்கு, 10 நிமிஷம் தான் இருக்கு. என்னங்க இந்த வந்து ரெக்ஸா வந்துட்டீங்களா?
சார் வந்துட்டேன் சார். குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் சார்.
குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் சார். Pavan sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, shall we wait for some more time because they will be coming as per the schedule.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We have put us
We'll wait. Correct, correct.
By sharp at 2:30, can we start, sir?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I thought of asking you.
Yeah.
Because
Thank you.
might be they'll be going according to the schedule, means they'll be just waiting.
Correct.
They'll be coming
Correct.
at 2:30, 2:35. So 2:30 we will
Correct.
start our session, sir.
Sure, 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 sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Rex sir. Rex sir.
Sir.
Sir. 2:30 ஆரம்பிக்கலாம் சார். சத்ய சாரும் வந்து அவர் லைன்ல தான் இருக்காரு அவரு. பட் வந்து ஷெட்யூல் படி 2:30 ஆரம்பிக்கிற மாதிரி போட்டிருக்கு.
சரிங்க சார்.
ஆனா 2:30 கட்ட ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாங்க.
சரிங்க சார். ஓகேங்க சார்.
நீங்க இருப்பீங்களா? இதுக்கப்புறம் ஃப்ரீயா இருப்பீங்க? 3:30 இருப்பீங்களா நீங்க?
இருப்பேன் சார். இருப்பேன் சார்.
இல்ல கிளாஸ் இருக்கா இந்த நீங்க சொன்னீங்கன்னா அது வந்து நாங்க அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்காத தான் கேட்டேன்.
இல்ல முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. எங்களுக்கு 8:30 to 1:30 வரைக்கும்.
ஃபைன் சார். ஓகே, நோ ப்ராப்ளம் சார். அவரு சார் நான் இங்க நான் லைன்ல தான் இருக்கேன். 2:30 கரெக்ட்டா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாம் சார்.
Okay sir. Fine sir. Fine sir.
Sir, then recording will be started from 2:30 then? Hello sir?
Yes ma'am. By 2:30 we will start the recording, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
சரிப்பா போறாங்க அப்புறம் என்னவா
Hello, Pavan sir,
Sir.
Rex sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can we start, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dear participants, now we are going to the third session. Third session is going to be done by Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar sir from Bahrain. So he will be speaking on the topic of CSR practices in banking industry. I would like to call upon Rex Angelo to introduce the guest, and the session can start.
Yes,
Rex,
sir. Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to you all. This is Professor X Angelo from the city of Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce the speaker of the third session of the first day of the International Online Conference on CSR, Economy and Financial Markets towards Sustainability. Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar is an accomplished academician currently employed as a program manager and IQA member in Bahrain Training Institute, Kingdom of Bahrain. With over 2 decades of teaching experience across 3 countries in the higher education sector, he has made significant research contributions in the field of banking, insurance, etc. His specialization, both at master's and doctoral level, is in finance, and with his expertise, he is going to enlighten us about CSR practices of Indian banking industries. May I now invite Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar sir to present his view. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. A very good afternoon to one and all. Welcome to our international conference on corporate social responsibility and sustainable development. Welcome to all. And I'm going to talk about CSR practice of Indian banking industry. Now, I would like to share my screen. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So welcome to our conference on International Online Conference on CSR, Economy and Financial Markets towards Sustainability 2020. So today, our presentation will be on CSR practice of Indian banking sector. These are the contents of our presentation today. Just we are going to start with the introduction of CSR and what our Indian company law states regarding CSR. Because our presentation will be restricted to banking sector, what are the provisions of Reserve Bank of India with relate to banking industry? And what are the banks we are going to discuss, top 3 public sector and private sector banks? And what are the various schemes and progress made with regard to CSR practices by these selected banks? And analysis of CSR spent by the selected banks from 2015 to 2020. And activities of banks during COVID-19 pandemic time and recommendations, and we are going to conclude our presentation with this. So let us start with the introduction of CSR. All of you know that CSR is voluntary activities of the organization, company, which are undertaken to operate in an economic, social, and environmentally sustainable manner. So basically, it is a moral responsibility. The corporations or business organization, they are in the society and they will be making profits. So what they are getting, they should give back to the society. So it is nothing is mentioned as per the law or statute. It is their moral responsibility in order to be a good citizen, a good corporate citizen in the society. So they feel morally responsible and they will be doing voluntarily. This is the concept earlier. CSR is defined as the economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropic expectations placed on organizations by society at a given point of time. This is the definition given by Carroll and Buckholz 2000. So as we see this is the Carroll's CSR pyramid. What the society expects from a corporation or from a company, from the business organization. So society expects 4 responsibilities from every organization. The first one is economic responsibility. It means the companies should be economically responsible in a way that they should be getting profits. If they are getting profits, then they will continue their business activities. In turn, they provide employment opportunities and it will be helping the economy. And the next responsibility, what the society expects from the organization is legal responsibility. It means the business organizations, the corporations should do their activities legally as per the law prevailing in that particular place. And ethical responsibility, it should be ethical. What they are doing, it should be right and do not harm the other organization with moral practices. The last one is a discretionary responsibility, which we call philanthropic responsibility. So to be a good corporate citizen, they should contribute to the community, to the society where they are running their business activities. It is a discretionary responsibility in a way. Previously, there is no mandate or no law that specifying the organization should do something charity to the society. But later on, India is the first country with their Companies Act introduced in 2013 in section 135. In 1956 Act, there was no mention about the corporate social responsibility, but Companies Act 2013 states clearly that every company should do CSR activities. Here I would like to mention that if a poor man has a mentality to help others, but because he is poor, he is not having enough funds or finance facilities to help others. But if a person who is rich, but he doesn't have the mindset to help others, but if the law says that because you are capable of doing that activities or something charity to the society, you have to do that. That is why in Companies Act 2013, as per section 135, they introduced CSR activities should be done by companies, subject to the following conditions. What are the conditions? Net worth should be 500 crores or more, or turnover should be 1000 crores or more, or net profit of 5 crores or more. So if any of the following in these conditions are satisfied by a company, they should do something to the society, give back to the society from where they are earning profits. So how much amount to be spent? 2% of their average net profits made during the 3 immediate preceding financial years. So in a year, they have to spend particular amount, that is 2% of the, not this year's profit, this is 3 years preceding to the financial year, average of 3 years profit. And where they have to spend this money? They can spend in the local area where the business is running or surrounding areas. Now banks, they are spending across the country. Now Company Law 2013 also specifies that every organization which is fulfilling these conditions should establish a committee that is called Corporate Social Responsibility Committee with a minimum of 3 directors, and one among them should be independent director. What are the responsibilities of this committee? They are responsible to design, frame the CSR policy for that particular company and highlight the activities where they are going to spend and recommend how much amount to be spent on which activities, so allocate the funds properly and monitor the CSR policy, evaluate from time to time and specify the reasons if the allocated amount is not spent for any particular reason in its report. Now, what are the activities they can do? As per Schedule 7 of the Companies Act, they can spend money on these CSR activities, eradicating extreme hunger and poverty, or promotion of education, or reducing child mortality and improving maternal health, and also promoting gender equality and empowering women. Once the funds are still enough, then they can go ahead with ensuring environmental sustainability, employment enhancing vocational skills, social business projects for rural development, and contribution to the Prime Minister's National Relief Fund or any other fund. Not only these things, but any other matters as prescribed by the committee. Now we are going to see Reserve Bank of India's provisions with regard to the CSR activities of the banking industry. In 2007, the Reserve Bank of India circulated the necessity of the banks for taking appropriate measures for sustainable development of the economy. In this circular, they mentioned three things: CSR, sustainability development, and non-financial reporting. The role of banks with regard to these three things. CSR requires integration of social and environmental concern by companies into their business operations. Sustainability development essentially refers to maintaining the quality of the environment and social systems. So they need to ensure that how they can protect the environment. And non-financial reporting, that is a system of reporting by organizations on their activities related to environmental, social, and economic accounting. It means related to the profit of the organization, related to the people, what they are doing, charity activities or voluntary activities, and planet in order to protect the environment. So they have to place the CSR activities, what they are doing, and the progress made with regard to it in a public domain along with their annual reports. In January 2010, financial inclusion was introduced by RBI as a major project. So every bank should devise financial inclusion plans and integrate into their corporate business plans. And later on, there are some developments happened. In July 2014, Ministry of Finance requested Ministry of Corporate Affairs to exempt nationalized banks from mandatory spending of CSR practices. The reason for that is banks, they have to adhere to the Basel III norms in the next 5 years, and they have to infuse nearly 2.4 lakh crores. So that is why Ministry of Finance requested Ministry of Corporate Affairs asking exemption for the nationalized banks. And March 2015, Indian Bank Association also made a written request to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs requesting for the same, exempting the nationalized banks as they are registered as per the Banking Regulation Act. Here banks will be under Banking Regulation Act and not under the Companies Act, except the private banks. So they are asking for the same. But though there is a confusion, there is some development going on, but banks are following RBI guidelines and they are actively involved in CSR practices. In August 2019, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, they published a report of the High-Level Committee on Corporate Social Responsibility 2018. In this report, they clearly specified and made recommendation. Whatever organization, not only banks, any organization which is established under a special statute, not coming under the purview of Companies Act, still they need to follow CSR activities and by making amendments in their statutes under which they have established. So they said that applicability of CSR may also be extended to banks registered under Banking Regulation Act by making amendments in their statutes. In March 2020, Ministry of Corporate Affairs emphasized that whatever measures they are taking to tackle COVID-19 outbreak and prevention of preventive healthcare measures and sanitation and promotion of healthcare or disaster management, whatever money spent on these activities also will be covered under CSR obligations. Now we are going to see some banks from 3 banks from the public sector and 3 banks from the private sector. What are the schemes they are running? What is the progress they have made in these years with regard to CSR activities? So we are going to see 3 public sector banks and 3 private sector banks. So how these banks are selected? Number of branches for the fiscal 2020. If you see number of branches, State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank stood with the highest number of branches spread across the country. Among the private sector banks, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank are top 3. And not only number of branches, if you see the total revenue earned in fiscal 2020 also, these banks, State Bank of India with total revenue 2,96,329 crores and Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank occupying the next positions. And among the private sector banks, again, these 3 banks, as per the total revenue, not only total revenue, if you see the total assets value, as per the total assets value also, State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda and Punjab National Bank HDFC, ICICI, Axis Bank from the private sector. So we are going to see how these CSR practices are in this banking sector for these selected banks. Now let us start with the largest bank in India, that is State Bank of India. What are the schemes? State Bank of India is one of the largest bank in India, and they are doing rigorous activities with regard to CSR. For each area of CSR, they have n number of schemes. For example, if you see health itself, they have nearly 10 schemes, each scheme being focusing on a particular sector of the people. For example, SBI Cancer Care for cancer patients, SBI Darpan for tribal people in Madhya Pradesh, Project Life for thalassemia patients in Gujarat, SBI Shishu Raksha for newborn children in Nellore district of AP. Like this, they have many schemes for health. At the same time, education, if you see, they have Shiksha Sahay, SBI Udan, SBI Digital Class, SBI Kelwadi, Beti Padhao Kendras. Like this, for every area of CSR activities, they are running many schemes, rendering their activities to the society in different areas. If you see livelihood and skill development, they have Kaushal Vikas for SC/ST and also women belonging to remote areas of India. Parivartan and Swabhiman, Shravan Shakti, these are the schemes for livelihood and skill development. Sustainability and environment. In order to protect the environment and sustainable development, they have SBI Corbett, Waste to Gold, and SBI Swachh Iconic CST and Protect Himalayas. These are the schemes, projects they are running for their CSR activities. Women and Empowerment Care for Senior Citizens, they have SBI Samruddhi Scheme and Mauli Seva Pratishthan. For rural development, SBI Youth of India Fellowship Program and SBI Gram Seva. This SBI Gram Seva, 50 villages across 6 states, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Assam, and Maharashtra. Among these various projects of State Bank of India, their flagship programs are SBI Youth of India and SBI Gram Seva. Now we are going to see what are the highlights in the last financial year, that is 2019-20, how much amount is spent and what are the contribution to the society by State Bank of India with regard to their CSR. In the field of education, they have donated 6 school buses worth 52.57 lakhs, and they distributed laptops, projectors to underprivileged students at various schools, provided water purifiers at schools to backward places, covering at some backward places. Regarding the healthcare, they have donated 9 ambulances to different hospitals, NGOs, and trusts, and dialysis machine also donated for treating poor patients suffering from kidney problems. Not only that, donations to Bangalore Kidney Foundation for meeting the cost of free dialysis, and also Ramakrishna Ashram, Ahmedabad, to support mentally challenged children. For skill development, they have 152 rural self-employment training institutes, we call RCTs, across the country. These RCTs are mainly providing vocational skills to the youth to overcome the unemployment and underemployment problems and making them fit for the job market. For empowerment of women and senior citizens, they donated a 13-seater Tata Winger vehicle to the Society of Sisters of the Destitute Santi Sadan in Ranchi, and they have also donated a bus for Sri Varahalakshmi Narasimha Swami Temple for taking the senior citizen pilgrims. Under Swachhata and environment protection and sanitation, they have provided sanitary napkin vending machines, dumper bins and machines for plastic recycles, and they installed smart crushing bins in different places of India for collection of single-use plastic bottles for recycling purpose. And under major tree plantation initiatives, they have already planted over 4 lakhs trees across India. Under SBI Children Welfare Fund, this is the voluntary act of SBI employees. So all the SBI employees, they voluntarily contribute under this scheme, and the corpus will be maintained. Interest earned on this corpus will be used for children welfare, including the person with disabilities. Now we will see the CSR practices of the second public sector bank, that is Bank of Baroda, and the progress made in the up to last financial year. Bank of Baroda, they have basically 2 projects Baroda Swarojikar Vikas Sansthan. This is Baroda RCT, Rural and Self-Employment Training Institutes. And they have another project, Financial Literacy and Credit Counseling Centers. So under RCT, they have only 49 RCTs and covering 6 states in 2015-16. But by the time 2020, they have 64 RCTs covering in 10 states. Among the 64, 53 RCTs have been graded as AA or A based on their performance. These RCTs basically helping to generate employment for rural and semi-urban youth. They have conducted 17,922 programs so far and trained 5,301,145 youth, out of which 3,30,213 have already secured employment or set up their own ventures with a settlement ratio of 65.63%. Under financial literacy, because in 2010, RBI introduced the project Financial Inclusion. So banks also have been giving utmost importance for financial literacy. So under this project, in 2015-16, they have 51 FLCCs covering 8 states. At present, they have 87 FLCCs covering 12 states. They provide financial counseling and they educate people in rural and urban areas and promote financial literacy, awareness about banking services, digital services, and financial planning. Now, the third public sector bank, that is Punjab National Bank, also they have many projects for their CSR activities. RCTs, Rural Self-Employment Training Institutes. Under RCTs, they have 55 RCTs under aegis of Ministry of Rural Development and 2 rural development centers, that these are PNB initiatives. During 2019-20, 36,948 persons were trained. Among them, 17,751 belong to below poverty families. And 24,548 were women, showing women empowerment as well. 3,606,562 candidates were trained so far, with a total settled candidates 2,03,123, showing a settlement ratio of 66.26%. This is slightly higher than Bank of Baroda settlement ratio. Under farmer training centers, Punjab National Bank also considered the agricultural development. So they have established farmer training centers providing enlightenment programs for farmers. They have mobile vans set up across the country in different places with soil testing facilities and LED facilities for audiovisual display of informative videos. They have 12 FTCs and conducted so far 50,043 free training programs on agriculture, allied activities covering 15,62,124 persons. Then PNB Ludley. Under PNB Ludley, it helps to promote education by supporting girls in rural and semi-urban areas till they complete class 12. So far, they have spent 172.45 lakhs to 9,362 girls under this scheme by the end of 31st March 2020. Another initiative from Punjab National Bank is PNB Hockey Academy. This provides training facilities, logistic and infrastructure facilities for players who are interested to play hockey. It was established in 2002. In 2019-20, the Senior Hockey Academy team, hockey team, they won 2 prestigious tournaments also. It comes under promotion of sports and cultural activities. Under PNB Vikas, it is a village adoption scheme wherein an adopted village is developed in a holistic manner. And they have financial literacies under the financial inclusion plan. They are operating at various places and spreading financial literacy. These are the progress made by Punjab National Bank. Now let us see the private sector banks. There are 3 banks under private sector: HDFC, ICICI Bank, and Axis Bank. Among the private sector banks, HDFC is top in spending for CSR activities. They also have various schemes like the Holistic Rural Development Program, HRDP, Zero Investment Innovation for Educational Initiatives. So under the HRDP program, they focus on education, skills training, livelihood enhancement, natural resources, healthcare, hygiene, financial literacy, and inclusion. So this HRDP program is focusing on different villages for the economic and social development. So far, they have established in 1,282 villages in 17 states covered under HRDP program. 28,300 plus acres of agricultural land is treated under this HRDP program, and 7,800 plus water conservation structures constructed by HDFC, and 28,000 plus solar lights installed under this program. Zero Investment Innovation for Education Institute, it is an initiative and unique platform by HDFC to make innovative practices in education through developing effective innovative solutions to improve the existing educational processes at zero cost or minimum cost. It is spread in 21 states and 7 union territories. So far, 202 lakh students benefited directly or indirectly by this scheme. 19.6 lakhs teachers oriented under this scheme. 2.62 lakh schools outreached through this zero investment scheme. Under skills training and livelihood enhancement, the projects are spread across varied geographies, provide skills training and development opportunities to enable beneficiaries to earn a living. Nearly 106,000 individuals have benefited through banks' efforts in skill training during this year itself. 7.8 lakhs women trained so far under skill training of HDFC. For natural resources and environment protection, these schemes will help in improving surface and groundwater availability, promoting organic fertilizers and renewable energy. Water wheels have been deployed and more than 150 villages across 4 states have benefited under natural resource management. The bank also planted more than 10 lakh trees under the twin objectives, developing the horticulture and ensuring topsoil retention for better agricultural yield in order to protect the environment. HDFC has also 2 more projects, healthcare and hygiene and financial literacy. Under healthcare and hygiene project, it promotes the cause for good hygiene and sanitation practices. The bank supports construction of toilets and clean drinking water facilities. They have done close to 7,500 households and 900 schools in rural India are provided with the toilets facilities. 1.4 million units blood collected cumulatively over a period of 13 years under the blood donation camps conducted by HDFC Bank. 28,800 toilets constructed in total. Under financial literacy, it is the first step in the financial inclusion. So HDFC also gives utmost importance for their financial inclusion plans. So they have DigiDhan or Danchayat. This scheme provides financial literacy on wheels, educating people in semi-urban and rural areas. The program has been running successfully since 2015. Under this scheme, they have trained so far 140 lakhs households have benefited, and 16.9 lakhs financial literacy camps they have conducted so far, and 129 lakhs plus individuals reached through financial literacy programs. Now let us see ICICI Bank. This is the second largest bank among the private sector. They have a special foundation called ICICI Foundation for Inclusive Growth and Rural Development. This is extensively involved in providing skill training and enhancing livelihood capabilities among the village segments. Being present in 2,100 villages widely spread across 29 states and 1 union territory. Provided skill training to over 5,20,000 individuals, out of which 54% are women, indicating women empowerment. In fiscal 2020, over 1,17,000 were trained under ICICI Foundation program. ICICI Academy for Skills. Under this program, with 27 skill training centers spread across India, covering 19 states and 1 union territory. They provide vocational training for industry relevant, making the youth to be fit for the job market. Also include modules on financial literacy, life skills, and also soft skills. Rural Self-Employment Training Institutes, RCTs, ICICI RCTs have been recognized as the top performing RCTs in India for 8 consecutive years by the Ministry of Rural Development and the National Center for Excellence of RCTs. ICICI Foundation manages 2 RCTs at Udaipur and Jodhpur along with 19 satellite centers from Rajasthan. These are providing skill development courses for rural and semi-urban youth. Other activities include Dan Utsav, a special initiative by ICICI, like SBI Children Fund run by the staff of SBI. In the same way, with the support of employees and also customers, ICICI Bank is conducting Dan Utsav. Here, out of their own, they contribute funds for the Dan Utsav, which are collected and used for preventive healthcare, environment protection. During fiscal 20, the proceeds from Dan Utsav were dispersed to support projects like watershed development activities, nutrition supplements for children undergoing cancer treatment. Now we are going to see Axis Bank, the last private sector bank, and the progress made with regard to their CSR activities till 2019-20. Axis Bank also established a special foundation which is entrusted with the task of CSR practices of the bank. It is established in 2006 with a mission to take forward the bank's CSR initiatives. Axis Bank Foundation successfully achieved its first mission of creating 1 million sustainable livelihoods in September 2017. So far impacted 627,000 families, widely spread in 23 states, working with 29 NGOs. Axis Dil Se, it is also bank's unique platform in the Union and Territory of Ladakh, provided classroom furniture to over 100 government schools. They have DigiLabs, a program to enhance the learning experience of the students, and they provided training to the headmasters and DigiLab administrators under this Axis Dil Se program. They also have established a next chapter, a library, which is useful for the students to come and read books in the city of Leh. Axis Bank Sahayata, a special initiative from Axis Bank for delivering relief measures directly at disaster-affected areas. Under Axis Sahayata program, they cover 3 districts of Odisha, which is affected with Cyclone Fani, by providing support and relief to 17,544 persons. It is active on grounds in Assam, Bihar, Karnataka, and Kerala, which were impacted by severe floods. Supported close to 38,000 beneficiaries so far under Axis Sahayata program, which is directly run by Axis Bank. Centralized energy management system, this is under the Environment Protection and Sustainable Development. So a cloud-based energy management initiative operating in 1,493 branches. The placement of CFL lighting to LED lighting at 1,100 branches was completed by the end of 31st March 2020. They also have 2 special schemes, Project Akshar, which is launched in 2017 as a tool to promote financial literacy in the digital age. It aims to promote personal financial responsibility with an interactive and gamified approach. Over 3 lakhs users have been benefited since inception by helping them with the financial terms and jargons. Generally, once we go to bank, we will not understand the hidden charges or the terminology what they use. So, and through Project Akshar, they are enlightening the people with the financial terms and jargons. Axis Banks Evolve. This is another initiative which is helping to share the knowledge and capacity enhancement platform by bringing micro and small medium enterprises together with the experts, leaders, and professionals. The theme for the 6th edition of Evolve, held in during 2019-20, was Gearing Up by the $5 trillion economy, with a series of covering 26 cities in India and touching close to 3,800 MSME sector participants. So these are the practices of the top selected banks in India. Now we are going to see how much amount is spent by these selected banks from the past 5 financial years. If you see here, this graph shows that every year, all these 6 banks, how much amount is spent. Now, by looking at this figure, we can understand that HDFC with the dark blue color, it is the highest among all the public and private sector banks which is spending more amount on CSR activities. And among the public sector banks, State Bank of India will be the one spending more than 100 crores for the first 3 years. If you see 2015-16, 16-17, 17-18, in the first 3 years of this study, here they are spending more than 100 crores. This is the 6th consecutive year. By 2017-18, that was the 6th consecutive year for State Bank of India spending more than 100 crores. But later on, because of the economical conditions, the CSR spend was reduced like anything. Now here, this graph shows bank-wise. In the previous figure, we have seen according to the year. Now here, we are looking at this as per the bank. Each bank in these 5 years, how much money was spent on CSR activities. All the selected banks are actively involved in implementing CSR practices available as per the applicable laws. Among the selected banks, SBI has a wide range of schemes which we have already seen. For each area of CSR activity, they have many schemes covering different sectors of the society. Whereas HDFC spent highest amount on CSR activities during this period. Most of the banks are spending huge amounts in area of health. They are focusing mainly health, skill development, education, and also rural development, apart from other areas such as environment protection. Mostly the selected banks have established a separate foundation. As we have seen that ICICI Bank has ICICI Foundation, Axis Bank has Axis Bank Foundation, State Bank of India with the State Bank of India Foundation. So each and every bank, Punjab National Bank is running their CSR activities through PNB Farmer Welfare Trust, PNB Centenary Rural Development Trust. So each bank has established a separate foundation which is entrusted with running the CSR activities from the CSR budget allocated. During the present crisis time due to the pandemic situation of COVID-19, all these banks are actively involved in supporting the public with their CSR practices. The amount spent on CSR activities are reduced in the last 2 years. If you see, year-wise also, for every bank, in the last 2 years, the amounts are drastically reduced, except for HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank showed continuous increase in their CSR amount spent. Among the public sector banks, Punjab National Bank maintains such consistency. If you see here, State Bank of India, first 3 years, more than 100 crores, but last 2 years, very less amount. Bank of Baroda showing a mixed trend, but Punjab National Bank almost spending closely to 30 crores in every year. Among the private sector banks, Axis Bank showed a consistency in their amount spent on CSR activities, while HDFC showed always growth in their amount spent on CSR activities. Whereas ICICI Bank showed a mixed trend. In 2018-19, it was reduced, but 2019-20, then it showed a little increase from 92.2 crores to 134.35 crores. During the period, among the public sector bank, SBI stood in the top position with an average of 82.126 crores spent on CSR activities, followed by Punjab National Bank and next Bank of Baroda. Among the private sector banks, HDFC occupied top position with an average of 370.77 crores spent on CSR activities, followed by ICICI and Axis Bank in the next positions. So this is a small analysis about the selected banks, how they are spending money, on what areas they are spending in these past 5 financial years. Now, what the banks are doing during the COVID-19 time to support the public and society. SBI collective donations of 108 crores by the staff, and they donated to PM CARES Fund. 21,000 PPE kits donated to government hospitals, and SBI pledged 30 crores towards COVID-19 related CSR activities. And Bank of Baroda released COVID-19 awareness messages with the tagline, "Stay safe, bank safe," creating a brand name for social commitment. Punjab National Bank, they contributed PM CARES Fund And also they donated one ambulance and other construction workers welfare board, government of Madhya Pradesh, India. If you see there are some recommendations. All the public and private sector banks should show the amount spent on various CSR activities item-wise in an elaborative manner while preparing the CSR report. So all these banks, they are presenting the CSR practices in their annual report. But every area, every year, the money spent or the areas covered is keep on changing. Banks should consider the broad areas of CSR activities and maintain consistency while reporting, though no amount is spent on particular area in any financial year. The amount spent on CSR activities of selected banks is showing a declining trend. As we have seen just now before in the previous slides, in the last 2 years, the CSR spent of the most of the banks is showing a declining trend. You know the economic conditions and the profitability of the banks, and really banks are at stake nowadays. And banks should focus on reducing the NPS with the stringent measures as it affects the profitability, which in turn the deciding factor for the amount to be spent on CSR activities. So because of these NPS, banks' profitability is reducing, and once the profits are reduced, they are not able to do much for the CSR activities. The CSR committees of banks should design the annual CSR plans based on the societal needs of the country for better applicability of CSR practices. So nowadays, if you see in this year, banks included some funds in order to do something related to COVID-19 outbreak, how to contain that. Banks should find reliable agencies for spending CSR activities for better deployment of the CSR budget. In some cases, among the selected banks, though funds are available, the full amount is not spent because they are not able to identify a reliable agency for doing the CSR practices. So we are going to conclude, banks are showing keen interest in implementing the CSR practices after RBI's mandate. All the banks are carrying CSR activities in a professional way by forming the CSR committees entrusted with the responsibility of CSR activities from planning till implementation stage. It's concluded that Indian banking sector is playing a major role not only for the economic development of the country, but also by playing a key role with their CSR practices for rural and social development of the people of India. So this is about CSR practices of Indian banking sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pawan sir.
Thank you, sir.
Participants,
Yes,
if you have any questions, you can post the questions to Dr. Satya Pawan sir, please.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sir, regarding HDFC Bank, I have a question, sir. Since past 5 years, whatever the data you showed, they are continuously concentrating on rural development. When you take up SBI or any other banks, they have stratified areas where they are concentrating on different areas. But do you think any particular strategy behind HDFC Bank's contribution? Because even the amount what they are spending for the CSR is very much high when compared to other banks. And particularly, they are concentrating on rural development and zero waste. So is there any strategy of branch expansion or something like that?
It's not branch expansion, ma'am. Actually, majority of our Indian population is from rural and background semi-urban areas. So they are focusing in their CSR policy. They have defined that rural development being a major area, and they have HRDP, Holistic Rural Development Program, and mainly they are focusing. So each bank has a separate foundation, and they design the policy, CSR policy, from year to year depending on the needs. So they are working, each bank has a different preferences or priorities on spending CSR activities.
But without gain, will anyone invest, sir? Because all
no, ma'am, basically now, I got it. Basically now, this CSR, corporate social responsibility, now because it has become a mandatory, and they are spending, and at the same time to improve their corporate image. They are doing something from where they are getting, and also it is improving their corporate image doing these voluntary activities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other persons who would like to have any questions?
Sir, I have a question. This is Cynthia Padala.
Yeah, please, Cynthia, ma'am.
Sir, basically, I see that the banks are spending a lot on these developmental activities, but the connect to the rural needs is missing somewhere, sir, because the rural areas are still in that same dilapidated situation. I'm an NRI and we are working on rural development in 5 clusters in Andhra and Telangana. So is there any organization or institution that is actually routing the funds in a very appropriate manner for the need basis, on the need basis?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, banks actually, some of the banks, they are directly involved in this deploying CSR practices through their foundation. But in some banks, because they are not able to do that, they have engaged some non-governmental organizations or some trusts in order to deploy the funds for the rural needs. So here, if some banks are not able to find some reliable agency to do these CSR activities, in those cases, they are not able to spend. But mostly they are finding out the agencies when they are not capable of doing directly. They are doing through some agencies.
Okay, but yeah, that is wonderful, sir. But my question was that the need is still there. So are these the agencies only platform that they are going through, or are they trying to come up with some other strategy to meet the need? Is my question.
Ma'am, regarding
area.
in the
Yes.
rural areas, each bank in the CSR policy, they are designing one area is rural development. But if the bank is running not directly their CSR activities, but the committee will be devising each year, they have to monitor how much amount is spent for the rural developments and what are the needs. That is why one of my recommendation is that CSR committee should monitor and devise the plan according to the societal needs, not just simply every year doing some particular activity and just wave off their hands. It's not like that. The committee should devise according to the societal needs in particular rural areas, whatever their focus. In that areas, they have to see what is the need for that particular area and they have to do activities.
Agreed, sir. Yeah, totally agreed. Thank you.
Sir, is there any mandate from the constitution that they should be audited? Is the fund getting utilized properly?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
How
ma'am.
is it like checked, sir?
Yeah, banks, the CSR committee is entrusted with the responsibility devising the CSR plan for the particular year, and they have to complete the CSR budget and allocate the funds to particular areas as per the CSR plan. And these board of directors who are entrusted with the responsibility of CSR committee, they are required to report. So if you see every bank's annual report, there is a section included CSR area. Now they are mentioning how much amount is allocated and what are the activities they have done. Not only that, if the amount is not spent, the reasons for not spending. So reporting has become mandatory and these are also should be audited. So every year, every bank is reporting about their CSR practices in their annual report. Not only that, in their website also, some of the banks, they have already shown in their website a separate section CSR.
Yes, sir. Thank you. But if you take SBI, sir, one more query, you can see major portion what they have spent in the past few years. When I went through the reports, SBI Foundation it is mentioned. But the thing is,
Yes,
how the foundation is spending, root cause, how it is, outcomes, what are
No,
the...
SBI Foundation has a committee, ma'am, for instead of State Bank of India, to carry on their CSR activities, they are running through SBI Foundation. So SBI Foundation...
think, sir, like it should be strongly, it should be strongly recommended that like outcomes, what is happening through CSR fund utilization, whatever is happening, we don't know what is the real outcome of that, whether it is getting utilized, how are the beneficiaries really getting help.
All these accounts are audited and it should be signed by all the directors. So it is nothing like, it should be really properly they are doing.
Okay.
And even in fact, one of the year I found that SBI is not having profits, but still some particular amount is allocated for CSR activities. In spite, they are not having profits. So actually, the foundations or banks are really involved in CSR activities. but it changes, it varies from bank to bank with what areas they are focusing or what sections they are giving priority.
Thank you for the insight, sir. Thank
Sir,
you.
I have one last question.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
can the panchayat leaders approach these banks or the foundations directly?
Yeah, ma'am. With this regard, I would like to mention one point. Even in our previous guest session, also, some of the people asked that when they approached particular bank or particular organization for funds, they said that this area is not under our purview or we are not able to. So it depends on their CSR policy, ma'am. If the panchayat leaders or somebody approaches the bank for donations or for doing some charity activities, if they have included some donations can be given to any government, a non-governmental organization or helping a charity organization. If it is included in their CSR plans, they are able to do that. So it all depends on their purview on CSR plan, whether it is allowed or not allowed. So somebody approaches me to do something charity, it depends whether I can do. So they have to stick to their policy.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, regarding this financial literacy centers, including under CSR budget, I
Yes,
think
sir.
this financial literacy is being done in a different way from the funds provided by inoperative accounts commission. I think that is what I understood, because being an ex-banker, whether how far it is justified including under CSR budget the financial literacy centers.
You mean the funds allocated for financial literacy are taken from inoperative accounts?
No, not from inoperative accounts. Income from inoperative accounts or something like that. I think some
inoperative accounts, how income will be raised, sir?
That amount is kept at head office level, and that funds are being utilized different way.
Actually, sir, no, sir. Actually, CSR amounts are the budget is coming from the profits of the bank. So if they are not having profits, then they are not required to spend money. So the funds management is based on completely the profitability of the banks. So it is 1% of the previous year's profit. So I don't think so. From the income generated from the inoperative accounts, they will be used. Then it will be a mismatch and it will be caught in auditing.
Okay, whether it is justified, including the financial literacy cost into the CSR.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it comes under section?
Financial RBA has introduced the project financial inclusion from 2010, sir. So under that, to cover as many people as possible under the financial inclusion, they are increasing the awareness in the rural areas with their video programs, or they are running financial literacy centers to enrich the people with the knowledge of financial jargons and all. So it is a compulsory. Yeah, most of the banks have financial literacy centers, sir. As I have shown you, most of the banks are, if they don't have financial literacy center, like ICICI Bank, for example, ICICI Academy Skills is there. So they are running their financial literacy programs also as part of under ICICI Academy. So most of the banks are doing financial literacy programs through different names, but they are doing that.
So only my question is whether it comes under Schedule 7.
Yes, sir. It is not under Schedule 7, sir. That is what I'm telling. RBA has introduced financial inclusion. So they are doing CSR under financial literacy also is included under the CSR activities. But Schedule 7 is for companies.
Okay.
Because of the RBA's mandate, they are doing financial inclusion programs.
Okay, and they are accounting under CSR.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the participants? Satya sir, I have a doubt, sir.
Yes, sir,
it is totally a different doubt, not with regard to your slides, what you have put. Why should a bank have its own foundation, sir? When there are a lot of people or NGOs or some kind of different kind of organization who are willing to do a lot of activities, why should bank have their own foundation? Why should bank get the name only for themselves? Why should the bank only do CSR under their banner itself?
Yes, sir. I will tell you.
Any of them are going to do CSR?
Yeah.
It is accountable. It is accountable.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then
I got
if it is
Sir, I am the one who is sponsoring money and you are getting the credit. Nobody likes that in this world.
No, sir.
So
See,
every
sir,
company and they are spending in that too in crores. So
no, sir.
they are
I'll
running
right,
instead
sir.
of donate.
Sir, I'll just interpret. Sorry for interpreting, but see, when I purchase a car, it is hypothecated to a bank. It is very clearly said hypothecated. Likewise,
Yeah.
when SBI or HDFC is giving a money to what you call for a CSR activity, now if I go to the bank and give a project and get the money from HDFC for what you can say for a CSR activity for a particular region, and if I'm getting say 1 crore rupees, will I not put the name of HDFC and tell their name that it has been sponsored by HDFC also?
Yes, sir. Previously, before the RBI's mandate in 2007, banks are still doing and they are donating funds instead of doing directly CSR activities. They are donating money to various NGOs but after that 2007 mandate, banks are forced to do things and they established instead of activities done by others under their brand name they like to do. So it increases their corporate image also. So SBI it is done through SBI Foundation. Though third party doing and mentioning SBI
No,
name.
that's what I said, sir. When I was
Yeah.
speaking to Bharathy ma'am, I was saying there is a purpose. So
Yeah,
CSR,
of course, yeah.
So CSR is nothing but they. I'm sorry to use the name of even Infosys Foundation also. Infosys can do a lot of things, but they have their own Infosys Foundation. Wipro,
Yes, sir.
Azim Premji Foundation. So everyone, what they do is they take the money from their main organization, put into a subsidiary organization of themselves, and then
So
they
indirectly
they are
marketing themselves.
Indirectly
But,
marketing themselves, or indirectly they are rotating the money within their people itself, their family itself, or their company itself.
Okay.
So is that called a CSR now?
Yes, sir, because they are doing something to the society. They are doing voluntary activities, and it will be part of CSR only. Because if you are helping for the economic development and societal development, you are doing something through your organization or through third-party organization. But the organization is doing something under their brand name.
No, sir.
Indirectly, it helps. Indirectly, it helps them to increase their
No,
corporate
as per
image.
the definition of CSR goes, it is for the societal thing. Then there's a proverb that if a right hand is giving something, the left hand should not know what is being given. Okay, corporate social responsibility should be in that way. I should not go and tell to the world at large saying that I am doing CSR, I am doing CSR, I am doing CSR. Should not be said. Then it's like it is like people begging and the people are throwing the money to them. So CSR, the major, see what I feel is in Canada or else in US, if you see, the CSR activities are happening, but how it is done is the people get the money, or the people who want exactly are getting the money, but they don't know from whom it is coming. Here in India, unfortunately, for each and everything, a big board is kept. Advertisement is put in the newspaper. Propaganda.
Yeah, of course.
So, how does the Ministry of Finance or the Minister of Finance, Nirmala Sitharaman, or whatever the previous Minister for Finance, P. Chidambaram, or maybe the Pranab Mukherjee was the person who brought in this particular CSR as a policy fact is concerned, they totally misled the concept of CSR. It's my opinion, sir. They have misled the concept of CSR, saying that you take the money from your account number 1 and put it in account number 2 and rotate the money, so that the account number 2 will give you a name for account number 1. So it will be among yourself only. It will not go beyond that level. They have a capacity, like say what they call Reliance, Mukesh Ambani's wife. She is doing a lot of CSR activity. They call Mumbai Indian team. They have everything. They do everything. But if you see, only it is among their own circles. But they put advertisement for CSR is coming in television. Why should when I'm sir, Pavan sir, when you go and give a donation for a cry, see, we do donation for cry for small kids monthly. We can say 100 rupees. So when I'm putting 100 rupees or maybe even 1,000 rupees for a child's education every month, why I'm not putting a banner now? I'm also doing a social responsible cause for educating a kid by paying monthly 1,000 rupees, sir. From my own pocket, from my earnings, I am putting 1,000 rupees every month. So every year 12,000 rupees I am spending. So I got only tax deduction. But why I am not able to be putting an advertisement in prime time or somewhere in any news channel? I'm not able to put that channel. For doing CSR, why should they go for even banks are doing it? Each and every
Yeah.
bank is doing it. By
Yes, sir. They are using CSR to improve their corporate image, sir. Because they are spending and they are to improve that. Because it is basically finally a business organization, whether you call it a company, corporation, bank. So once they spend money, whatever cost, they want to get back something directly or indirectly. So when they are doing the CSR activities as mandated by the Companies Act or by RBI, so they want to get return something.
yes,
So
sir.
they
Now
are
I'm
doing
coming.
that.
You have come to the right path here, sir. So, sir, don't mistake. I'm not arguing with you. You're coming to the right path now. That's saying that it is something that they have to get in return.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Means
Now,
not financially they will get, sir. Means the corporate image will be developed among the society that they are doing some activities for the society.
yes, sir.
So
Financial banks are not getting anything written in financial terms, sir. By
means
doing
once
CSR
the
activity.
once their corporate image is improved, indirectly it helps to bring more customers.
Directly,
So
sir.
obviously,
Customers coming and if HDFC is doing it, means HDFC is getting customers.
yeah.
See, HDFC in Deloitte in 2019 December, there was a report from Deloitte on HDFC Bank. As you said rightly, their spending on CSR has increased. At the same time, how they have done it is, all the places wherever they have done that CSR activities, they have asked all the people to open a savings account. They have asked all the people in and around that area to open up a current account, wherein directly, it is not indirect, directly they have got the money into their pockets to the HDFC Bank's revenue. Now, CSR should be a philanthropical activity, but CSR has become a business activity. Why should banks, if you say in marketing for a company, fine, okay. If you say for a HR and employees, okay. If you say an entrepreneur, okay. But banks is said to be the backbone of an economy of a country, and banks should not go for the profit thing. That too, particularly public sector banks. Government is giving the entire money to them. Then why should they go and do these kind of activities? Say, forget about the private banks, sir. But why government banks?
Sir, government of bank also, bank should earn profits, no, sir.
Sir,
even though it is funded, if you say, for example, public sector banks are not running profits, already it is happening now.
Yes, sir. I do understand.
How many of us are interested to deposit money because we ensure that something should be written? Otherwise, we will not go and make deposits in these banks. So if the banks themselves, they are not running in profits, and it is a risk for the customers only.
Right. What is it right, sir?
Yeah. So they have to increase whether it is a public sector bank or private sector bank or private corporation or public company, whatever it is, they should run on profits so that the employment opportunities will be generated and they can do something. If they are able to survive in the market, then only they are able to do something for CSR. If they are not able to sustain in the market.
Shankar sir, very good afternoon.
Yeah, Dr. Sumandiran, Dr. Sumandiran, just I would like to interfere in this discussion. Actually, it is more
sir,
of
1 second, sir. Shankar sir. Shankar sir, 1 second. Shankar sir, 1 second, sir. I will introduce you to the participants here. We have Dr. Shankar Muthukumaran from Bahrain, who is a close friend of Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar sir, and both of them have written this paper actually. Shankar sir, could you unmute your video and show your face, sir? After a long time, at least we will see your face. I have not seen you for last many number of years.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay, Dr.
Okay.
Sumandiran, no problem.
Yes, please tell, sir.
No, I would like to just add one point because you were comparing your individual contribution to the society and that is not getting publicized and why these banks are doing. Actually, even if you see the celebrities, including the actors and actresses, when they do some philanthropic activities, they used to publicize. It's not for anything in return, actually. The purpose of doing that is to get inspired by them. There will be so many people who can also contribute to the society. So we have to see, I think, in my opinion, the CSR activities should also be seen in that angle, actually. It is not just getting something in return, but it will inspire other banks, other institutions to spend more and more on this CSR activities, and ultimately the benefit will be to the society. So that's the purpose. It is not just, of course, there will be some hidden interest, of course, to get something back actually. But the purpose of publicizing that they are doing these activities is to just inspire other banks, other institutions to spend more and more on CSR activities. So this is my humble opinion, sir.
Okay, sir. Thanks, sir. Thanks, Shankar.
Yeah,
Actually,
thank you very much.
participants, actually,
Shankar,
Shankar,
here only I think in future there should be some amendment should come to the this act of CSR Act, saying that at least some percentage of the funds should necessarily should be deployed through the NGOs. I think that may solve some extent problem. Otherwise, everybody is routing entire money through their foundations only, and many of the NGOs are not getting any their share or any capital or whatever support from the big foundations. That is the actually crux of the problem, what I feel.
Yes, Professor, I agree with you because, in fact, the NGOs will be more efficient in identifying the beneficiaries rather than the banks themselves. In fact, identifying the beneficiary is the most crucial thing in case of this type of philanthropic activities, and they will have more contact with the society, and it is better to have NGOs involved in this. I agree with you.
Actually, they are the field level the warriors, or we can say, who are doing the work at field level, and they are not getting the whatever share or among the share of funds from the CSR, sir. That is the actually, I think that is the crux of the problem. And in future, should amendment come, should at least 50% should be necessarily deployed through NGOs or something like that. It should come.
So that better deployment of funds will be there.
Yes,
correct, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Satya, sir. Thanks, Shankar, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because actually, Dr. Shankar Muthukumaran and Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar, sir, are both masters in banking, actually. So they know more than what we all know, actually. We do MBA and we come, but these people have done their post-graduation in Master of Banking and Financial Management. Particularly Shankar Muthukumaran, sir, I know him pretty well from Dayanand Sagar, where we were working together. From that time onwards, we know. He's more inclined towards banking industry. Actually, Satya sir, sorry to tell this one. I actually invited Shankar Muthukumaran sir to talk on this topic, and Shankar Muthukumaran said, "No, better than me is I'll give a best person, my colleague Dr. Satya Pavan, who will be much more giving details about this." And thanks, sir.
No, the purpose of introducing him is he is specialist in the CSR activity. That's why I am not so strong in CSR. That's why. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar.
Thanks
sir.
for the opportunity, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Rex, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. Once again,
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Devi.
Yes, ma'am.
I was a former colleague of Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar. I'd just like to add something to what Dr. Shankar Muthukumar sir said just now.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Also, to add something on what you just said, it's all about, I think, contribution to any kind of philanthropic activities, whether it is an individual or an organization. I believe that probably there's only less than 1% of the population who would not want recognition.
No, everyone wants it, ma'am, actually. But there is
Absolutely.
there is no opportunities available for that. We have to go and have our own propaganda.
Yeah.
That's what.
Oh no, I mean, I kind of, I think now Facebook, Twitter, all the social media platforms give everyone from every nook and corner of the world to show off whatever they're doing. Exclusively for social media, people come up with so many, I think, new ways of displaying different stuff that they have done in real life, whether philanthropy or not. And there's also the angle where you try to do something good, but someone else also takes advantage of that. Something as noble as maybe what Mother Teresa did for our country, even that was capitalized by someone else.
Yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to add on that, whether it's a bank, whether there is a mandate, whether there is not, I mean, there is no mandate, legal or otherwise, I believe that everybody would like to actually, take credit.
Get recognition for the philanthropic activities, what they are doing.
That's where actually have a contradictory idea, because sir, in olden days, if you see, like say kings, or else if you say in the 19th century or whatever it is there, like the Annamalai University or Alagappa University, whatever has come in Tamil Nadu, are all basically from the people who have given their money from out of their pocket. They did not come and tell anything that we have done it, we have done it, we have done it. But today it has gone to such an extent that each and everything, even if they give 1 rupee also, we have to go and tell. Then where is the crux of CSR? See, that is what I was thinking.
Sir, that nobility is lost. That nobility, that greatness in humans is lost, because everyone, even like you said, it may be 1 rupee or even less than that.
That's what, ma'am.
Everyone.
See, all the field can be lost. I do accept that in marketing we have to do it. But
yes, absolutely.
What about this banks? See,
banks, sir, I think they are
why
also
should
victims,
they also
because,
do it? Why should they do it?
For that, I mean, I'm not my specialization is not finance, but from I'm making I'm putting forward a very humble opinion here. I believe that whatever happens in the forefront is one story. Whatever happens behind the screen is different.
Correct.
The banks, whether they like it or not, they are under, I believe that even from the highest level, even from the government level,
they are very big pressure.
Put under pressure. They are put under pressure to give loans to people who have run away from the country without repaying.
Yes, absolutely right, ma'am. So that's
and then it is the people's money, middle income groups, low income groups, everyone's money is lost in this process. So just by being a middleman, just by being an intermediary, the banks are losing funds by lending out to people who do not return.
Correct, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
So I think these kind of activities, I'm just putting forward my opinion. I'm not a specialist in this, or I'm not an expert, but I think that by doing this, they will be able to recover at least a part of their lost goodwill. I will not talk about the person who ran away after taking a loan and repaying and hiding in UK or somewhere. I will talk about the bank to which I have invested or put my deposit in, and I think just 2-3 years ago, I think there was a proposal that they're going to lock the public funds. There will be a locking period where we will not be able to withdraw the deposits or whatever amount we have invested. So if something like that comes up, then it is ultimately the common man who is losing his own, what is rightfully theirs.
Okay.
So I think to some extent, even banks, I believe it's kind of justified that they are, promoting whatever CSR activities they're doing. This is just a point of view.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks for inputs,
I think that is well said, ma'am. Agreed. If not them, there'll be some other country people who will come and like China and occupy our stuff. So
absolutely, ma'am. There is so much going on in the background. The background is like, it's a different story entirely. Everyone is under pressure. It's just that we can't see what they are going through.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to put forward my opinion, sir. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. I think they're all on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Sumandiran, sir. Rex, sir.
Yes, sir. Shall I begin?
Yeah.
Hello,
yes.
Very
good evening to you all once again. Once a great man whispered, feeling thankfulness and not expressing. It is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Now I take the opportunity to put all my gratitude into words. On behalf of the entire organizing team of this 2 days online international conference, and on behalf of all the participants, I would like to thank the resource person, Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar sir, for taking his precious time out, consenting to be the speaker, giving an excellent interactive presentation, and making
Thank you,
this
sir.
conference very interesting and meaningful. So
Thank
let
you
me
very much,
thank
sir.
once again Dr. Pavan. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to one and all. It's my pleasure too. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Suman, sir.
Sir, I think Suman sir has lost the connection.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Can you proceed further, ma'am? Lakshmi, ma'am.
He'll be joining, sir. Just 2 minutes, he'll be
Yes, ma'am.
joining. Yeah.
Ma'am, darling Selvi ma'am is there. She will. Yes, ma'am.
Shall we have a break and then proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Rashmi ma'am?
As you say, ma'am. Yeah, that's what. Next speaker has to arrive.
Okay. So it's almost 3:40. We shall be back at 3:50.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
inform Suman.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Break for 10 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
We obviously know that we're fighting for our fundamental rights, but we also have fundamental duties at this point. If you were to leave this young audience with an idea or a thought, something to push them in a direction, to give them hope and to give them purpose, what would that be? So I would tell them that we are fortunate to be living.
Darling ma'am, your audio is on. Actually, YouTube streaming is still on.
With enormous diversity. We have enormous
Darling ma'am.
linguistic, religious, geographical diversity, biodiversity.
Darling ma'am, are you there?
And all of that diversity is our treasure. We need to understand that India is
Serin, sir.
a fortunate country to live in. But they include exactly the opposite. As in religious diversity is exclusive and so on. And we need to build on that. We were fortunate to have people, such fantastic people who share so then it is a wrong way of it. It's not 413, it is 401. Instead, it is 400. So it is a problem. So to overcome this, we have to standardize the base. countries, and then we're getting the conference specific exceptions. So say you're working with IOS actual machines, you might do that.
Gokul sir, shall we start?
Ma'am, I'm not able to see the screen.
Yeah.
Rakesh Kare, who is this? I don't know. Sir has put his screen sharing.
Yeah. It's okay now.
Premlata ma'am. Premlata madam has not come till now.
It's early morning, 6:23, sir. Hello.
Hello.
It's morning 6:23, madam. That is my maybe in Toronto now.
Gokul sir.
Sir,
Yes sir.
6:23 morning.
No, just now I spoke to Premlata ma'am. She is joining in 2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
2 minutes is done.
Fine.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute your audio, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, sir. Thank you. How are you doing?
Going on fine, ma'am. Going on fine.
Good to see you all.
Yes, ma'am. We'll start the fourth session. I'll ask Mr. Gokul sir to introduce the guest speaker to the participants, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Gokul is there with me only, ma'am. Don't worry, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good
I'm
morning.
Gokul G, academician and a consultant, Coimbatore Research Forum, Usur. It's my privilege to introduce your profile in this forum, ma'am. Dr. U.M. Premlata, a doctorate in management, has already nearly 2 decades of experience in research, academics, and consulting. She has excelled in academics with the Jain University, Christ University, Bangalore University, and VTU in India. And she taught accounting, finance, and human resource management subjects. She has delivered consulting service to Ministry of Finance, Bahrain, as a senior consultant in Vectra Consulting. She is an advisory committee member at Ontario College for Research and Development, Toronto, Canada. Subject matter expert for the domain CA-ICWA course, online examination, organized and conducted by Merit Track Services Private Limited, Bangalore. She has guided many research scholars for their PhD from Bharathy University, Coimbatore, and Reva University, Bangalore, India. She has presented several research papers on women entrepreneurship and published papers in reputed national and international journals. She has written testimonials for the books Investment Management, Forex Management, Accounting for Managers. She has 2 books on her credit on the title Entrepreneurship Management and Advanced Financial Management. Presently, she is working in FDI marketing as a team lead and a consultant on MasterCard with Bank of Montreal, Toronto, Canada. A warm welcome to the conference, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the introduction, and good to see you all after a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a conference that we all know at this tough time need to get connected on the Zoom, where we are supposed to just have a face-to-face, everything technical. So let's have this session, and it's the end of the day. I'm not going to take you all to the long journey of my speech, because it's going to be very crisp and made very short and a bit of interesting with a couple of quotes and referring to the entrepreneurship as well as CSR. So I'll just start with a thing. I'll just start sharing the screen. Just give me a couple of seconds. I'm just looking for my file. Yeah, is that okay? Can you see the PPTs?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay, thank you. So it's just a small topic which has a wider meaning to all of us, that we all of us have been entrepreneur in one or the other way. So entrepreneurship edge to the CSR, corporate social responsibility. So at this tough time, we can say again, whether to recollect or not, so we are in this pandemic where COVID also has affected a lot of us. In case of the same, we refer to the entrepreneurs. How many companies have really helped us in terms of coming over this toughest situation, referring to a lot of institutes, universities, hospitals, or even you can take examples of many more manufacturing companies giving the mask. All those things are referred to the corporate social responsibility, or free food, shelter, everything. So entrepreneurship is the way we take control of our lives in a tough economy. This is what I was just referring to. So it's not the case that everything goes in a smoother way. We all of us have to face a situation where the businesses come to us in terms of helping lot many ways. It can be the way of helping, fixing, serving, and representing all these three different ways of seeing the life. So we have seen lot many entrepreneurs coming in terms of helping us, maybe by way of environment, maybe by way of food, maybe by way of shelter, or maybe by way of providing us the employment opportunities, and many more things as such. So for an entrepreneur, how we can say the social responsibility meaning? It's just not the eliminating the concept of corruption. It can even be the case of irresponsible, trying to being more responsible or trying to be more ethical in terms of the behavior, where ethical can be the tax or ethical can be the way of how you deliver the services to the society, community, which might not be harming to the community at all, rather than protecting the community and helping people and environment as a whole. So with a small quote with a Winston Churchill, we can never forget management thoughts we always come across in some or the other way, where we make living by what we get, but what we make a life by what we give. So this is what we call it. It's not the case of as a teacher, we give a lot to the society too. It's just a knowledge which is always valuable throughout the life of an individual. It's not a small span of time where he gets the knowledge and forget it. Never do. So it's also the responsibility of an individual where we deliver the things in a proper way and individual makes the best use of it. We can even tune, and tomorrow is the teacher's day coming up. So we can even see ourselves in the case of how we have built a society. We rise by lifting others. So in which case that other quote can go with the lifting others might be the case referring to you can see the symbol. Symbol stands there for the Nike. How Nike has taken up in terms of the supply chain management. The supply chain management by the Nike always focus on manufacturing the product in such a way that it doesn't exploit the environment. So that is where it protects and conservation is the water conservation. So this is a major contribution by the Nike to the society where the water conservation is much more focused rather than just degrading the society, in which we can see here companies with a higher purpose will always be more profitable than those that just think of think about the bottom line. The bottom line we always know what's that like. It can be the profits, or it can be just the tax savings, or it can only be the benefit. So it's not just the bottom line where an individual company goes for it. If it wants to survive in the long run, any corporates will have to deliver this contribution to the society, deliver a lot of other things to do depending on the situations that come across in the countries in which they have, whether the supply chain or the manufacturing or its establishment, whatever it may be container. We have a lot of situations coming up in this tough time. Lot of things have changed. I just tried to make this speech in terms of relevance, where we have seen companies coming forward in terms of all these PPE. So that is personal protective equipment, where we have seen most of the distilleries have gone by converting themselves into the sanitizers. So the sanitizer is the major essential it has become. The essential we all know, like it's not just the food being an essential, even carrying the cup, bottle of sanitizer with ourselves becomes an essential now. Just like the water, what we consume every day, it's like an essential these days. So most of the distilleries at this tough time to avoid the consumption of the alcohol, so they have gone by the case of converting their manufacturing into the distilleries instead of that to the sanitizers. So this is a major concept of corporate social responsibilities where we can have And then even referring to the plastics industries, most of the organizations have converted themselves to the gloves. Again, a part of the PPE, it might be a kind of a dress which is being protective much more for an individual who is in the hospital, or maybe any kind of a service that is very much close to the situation that we all of us are in existence. And even the company like Wildcraft, I just took an example, the relevant to Indian context as well as the Canadians as well. So here Wildcraft again has gone just not by the bag, apparels. So in this situations, most of the malls have been closed. So instead of making more of the products that are delivered through the malls or the big stores, so it's better to go with the mask where most of the individuals can get some mask even at free of cost. So this is again a social responsibility. And governments have
I think so. It has got cut. I'll just call back her and check it out. 1 second, please. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
I did. So I'm sorry for that. Technology is always sometimes maybe beneficial or it goes in the reverse direction. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. There it is. What happened to this? Yeah, I'm sorry for that. So I was just telling you about the PPEs, how companies have been providing, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this is the roadways that are the roadmaps which we have seen with reference to most of the corporates in the Indian context. And the present scenario is Atmanirbhar Bharat, where most of the companies have either diversified their business in terms of meeting the present requirements that have been needed by most of the countries across the world, rather than just depending on the trades between two countries or more than two different countries. It might be the situation because of the border barriers that have been happening between the Asian countries or between the Western countries or European countries. Every country has something or the other sort of disturbances in the tough times too. So here referring to between even the Canada and the US, what happens in the last couple of days back was that although we had a NAFTA agreement, we still have been imposed with the 10% tariffs on the aluminium on the Canadian products that have been exported to US. So this is again a trade war where most of the individual aluminium industries would even be more reluctant in terms of exporting rather than making it much more usable or finding the consumers within the country rather than finding the consumers outside the country. So this is where again the self-reliance will all be more essential depending on the country's requirement. When one door of happiness closes, another opens too. So this is the present scenario which I am referring to, where most of the countries were struggling to survive, but now they suddenly rose to the maximum profit scenario. And that, but often we look so long at the closed doors. What happens is we keep on thinking about the wrong things that happened, or even the corporates coming to that situations where the losses shouldn't be thought for a longer time, but selling one of the company will always be open for the doors of the another company that might exist for a longer period of time, that we do not see one that has been opened for us. So this is a Helen Keller, the who said basically referring to the entrepreneur. Arundhati Roy referred the situation that exists in Orissa, where it is the mining bauxite Vedanta is financing a university. In these creeping situations, and now inchoate ways of mining corporations enter our imaginations. What happens in those situations of imaginations or intuitions are the kind of guessing situations? The gentle James who really care. That means who really care in the ways it might be the situations that have been happening not just with Teresa, but even in other states or even entities under corporate social responsibility. So this is defined by the Arundhati Roy in terms of that. Video. Entrepreneurship can be insanely difficult. It's not an easy task that everybody can think of, okay, I can be an entrepreneur, I can start up my own industry. And governments at these times have been delivering the loans, giving the loans at a subsidized rate of interest, where they are offering the loans up to a way of interest. I guess you would have heard in the last few sessions. Most of the countries have started getting the loans from the banks to start up being an entrepreneur, where up to 10 months or a 1 year, there is no EMI at all. So this is where an entrepreneurship can be sometimes easy or sometimes insanely difficult too. It's often portrayed on the social medias as the cool, that is, okay, why can I start it? So it's so cool, where I can be a boss of my own and I can dictate my own terms and I can do the best of my own choice. I don't have to listen to someone. So this is a cool concept that most of us do or even exhibit such kind of a feelings on the social medias. The exotic travel destinations, laptops, lifestyle, and even unlimited income. So these are the, I would say, the normal phenomena or the normal ideas that every individual would get it. But it's not an easy way of what everyone would think. It's the toughest one when it comes to even more delivering what they have been doing for the benefit of the society or the community. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. So this is what should be a corporate always think of. So most of the companies either come and then go, but very few leave a path of, I would say, remembrance. So this is happening only through the concept of what we give to the society or the community around us. So most of the companies having a existence, like I would say the General Motors here in Toronto. They had an existence of General Motors, and then US declared we cannot continue with the General Motors at Toronto establishment. Near to the Toronto, there is one more city by name Markham, so that was closed. So at that point of time, it had left a lot of, I would say, remembrance to the community in spite of it has taken away the employment opportunities. There are both pros and cons that when they close, they give us hopes, and even doors have been closed and open for the next case of the diversified businesses. And even whenever the corporates are in existence, take example of, I would say, in Karnataka, that is Grasim Industries in Harihar or near Davangere. So there again, we find a lot of communities that have been considerably improved in terms of the dams or in terms of the canals or in terms of the housing complex or even the malls would come up. So as and when the corporate. So this is how the corporate should always think of living a proper path where they would definitely make a community remember them rather than finding out a ways like, okay, they just came and then vanished. So this happens with most of the situations. We can recollect the concept of HMT, Hindustan Machine Tool. So HMT was one of the best that we all of us preferred. If you look at our mother's hands, our father's hands, but still they have a watch as HMT, some of us. I would say. So in those cases, HMT was a watch that was basically introduced when survived for such a long time, and the surrounding areas with those kind of an industry were benefited with not just in employment, but lots of improvements in terms of the transportation, in terms of the community building or the societal developments and networks and many more things that we have enjoyed, and even the HMT where it was in existence in Bangalore. Business needs to go. In terms of the Ratan Tata, he always expressed business need to go beyond the interests of their companies to the communities they serve. So it has to go beyond. It's not just making a profit, and just like a lot of other examples, if we take it, Vijay Mallya, it's not the concept of just making a profits and vanishing all the way. But even when a person visits or comes back to the country, they are going to even have a concept of discussion like, where is my salary? Where are my wages? You took away my profits. Even SBI is going to say. So this is not the way like communities have been served by the presence of companies in those cities or the countries where they establish. Even Bill Ford says like creating a strong business and building a better world are not conflicting goals. They are both essential ingredients in the long term to success, towards success. So it's not just happens by chance that every industry or a company in that industry can be very successful by chance. No, not at all. It's not even by the choice, but it all depends on how the community responds to the development of such industries, and even the companies that have been taking care of the people who have been living in the society. So it may be a health perspective, it might be a what you call the free concept of delivery of certain goods and services perspective, and many more things that it all depends on what actually the individuals wants in their communities to be considered important or significant. And even in Tony Blair's quote, we can see the emphasis placed by more and more companies on corporate social responsibility symbolizes the recognition that prosperity best achieved in an inclusive society. So inclusive society in the sense it has to be combined together. It's not just the company that has to live for long, even the community has to live for long. We can take examples where the chemical industries, so the chemical industries might not be possible to live for long in certain areas. Even in Andhra Pradesh, couple of months back it happened. So even I'm keeping a track of what happens in my own country, motherland can never be forgotten. And what happens there was like most of the individuals even dead and injured in the explosion of the plastic industry and the chemical industries just few months back. So this is where an inclusiveness has to be, where you need to take a control of what you leave to the society or what you give to the society. It should never be the health hazards, especially referring to the plastic industries or the chemical industry and even the distilleries as a long part of it or in the broader context. So it should symbolize the recognition that yes, we had a good chemical industry which never gone into such kind of health hazards at all. So we always remember as the management teachers or the students or even the entrepreneurs or the corporates, the Steve Jobs quotes. Great things in the business are never done by one person, they are done by a team of people. The team of people is not just an entrepreneur alone, it is an inclusiveness of the society as a whole. So it may be a public, it may be a government, it may be even the shareholders, I would say like the stockholders altogether. So this is where even in the terms of Robin Sharma, he says the business of business is relationships. The business of life is human connection. So it's not just the company that they are making their presence in the country's expansion or country's development, but it is the connection that is built between the two parts, that is the individual who is called as an entrepreneur and the community at large. So it has to result in the connection where we use their products and the services not just for one time, just for this lifespan. So most of us have gone with the brand loyalty where we all just particularly devote to the usage of the products which you never come out of it. It might be the product of a Nike, as I mentioned, or even the Liberty, or anything that you name it, even the Titan or the Raga, whatever you call it, it might be the situation that resembles an individual. He has to have a connection with a brand and has to have a connection with the company, what the company is giving them in turn to the society. I would just end up my speech saying life lived for others is a life worthwhile. So companies should live, survive, and even always be a part of the community and the country as a whole, not just for making the profits, but to deliver the situations, deliver everything to the society, and make an individual's living in the society, their life is much more worthwhile. And thank you one and all for the listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the participants?
Any questions are there, please? Okay, as usual, I'll only ask the question, ma'am, to you.
Go ahead, sir.
No, ma'am. Last session we had Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar, who was discussing and he was giving a lot about insights about the banking industry and the CSR followed by the banks. So there we had a very good discussion. So any company wants to invest and grow, CSR has become like a tool for them to use it and to develop, and they propagate this one, and through propagating that they get a branding. That is how CSR is being used. This is what the final conclusion that we have come after listening to many talks and reading everything. CSR is now just a tool, not for philanthropical activities. They're doing it, but it is more or less used for their purpose of branding it. Now, suppose tomorrow I become an entrepreneur, a new entrepreneur. I'm investing money and starting a business. Now, I don't have profit with me. I have to create that profit. Now, what will I do for CSR and how will I brand it? Because entrepreneurship needs that CSR to get their branding. That's what CSR is telling now. After listening to all the speakers, I have come to one conclusion that CSR should be done for branding myself. So, as a new entrepreneur, from where will I get the money to do CSR to brand myself?
Okay, so let's say a concept of investing in the beginning itself. When they want to invest 2 crores or 20 crores,
Ma'am,
depending
that
on
much, ma'am, if that much money is there, I will not. I'll put it in bank and sit and get the interest, ma'am. I'm saying about a normal
Yeah.
individual. He wants to start a business. Say, coming to the Indian scenario or Tamil Nadu scenario or whatever it is there. Even if I start with say a 10 lakh rupees of business, then probably it is a big amount for each and every one of them here. So if we do that investment and start a business, now having the scenario of competitiveness here, getting back that return on investment ROI itself is the biggest task ever possible today. Now in that, I want to do branding, and that too the branding has to be done by CSR. Now, what inputs that you would like to get it from you for the entrepreneurs to be done?
Good question. That's what we get it from the industry and the manufacturer, and being in their own shoes. We expect that, okay, so it has to be delivered from the companies or the corporates, where they're not delivering the corporate social responsibility. And when we are in the shoes of the same entrepreneur, this particular thought has to be given, like, okay, so in which I would say whenever there is an investment out of 100%, say 10 lakhs, you have taken an example. So in which 50,000, so which is like just a 0.5. So that such of amount can always be devoted as the corporate social responsibility. This is a simple funda, I would say. And if we are considering in the long run how we can deliver based on the ROI, where ROI itself is the toughest one to get it. And if you are delivering the CSR only based on the ROI, first make a profit and then deliver the CSR is never going to happen.
Okay, ma'am, understood.
It's the toughest thing. Where
Yeah.
ROI or ROE is always the toughest one. Once you get it, you always try to what you call substitute in terms of many other ways. It may be the cost of buying or cost of transportation or many other supply chain or logistics. But what happens in terms of the investment, if they are able to just keep a certain portion of their investment itself to the CSR, so there is no point of just forgetting the concept of CSR. So this may be my advice or the suggestion. Hope
Okay,
this
ma'am.
answer satisfies
Yes,
your
I got that
question.
answer. Now yes, ma'am, I got the answer. You are right exactly, and you gave me a point. Now I want one more ideology from you, because I have read that Canada or US, they are the people who do a lot of CSR activities. Okay, now in India, there are say for best example is myself. I don't run a company. I don't have any legal entity called as coming under Companies Act of 1956 or anything. So I am having a sole proprietor firm. So what comes to my mind first is, being a sole proprietor, why should I do CSR? Because those people who are coming under the Companies Act of 1956 are only coming under the purview of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Ministry of Finance to do CSR. So India being a biggest market for unorganized retailing or unorganized business, almost 95%, how to educate people like me to do CSR? Because that itself is the biggest task, ma'am. Actually, to be very frank, I have written a small project report to teach the entrepreneurs to enter into CSR. That itself is the biggest task actually ahead of the government purview. are not self. Now we have to teach them. Now, what are the steps that other countries are doing to teach these entrepreneurs that yes, every one of them, either you're coming under the Companies Act or not coming under the Companies Act, because there are many partnership firms, there are many Hindu undivided family firms are available. These people are not doing CSR. So how to educate them, or is there any framework so that we can devise it so that I can go and start doing a business in this area itself by teaching them how to do it, ma'am?
Okay, so educating an individual that his presence in the community or in the country is not just to live for himself, but rather what you're going to give it to the society. He would always see, like,
Yes.
okay, I'm giving an employment opportunity. That is also a social responsibility. Creating the jobs is a social responsibility. And it's not just the money that is to be given or by way of what you call the products have to be delivered to the society. Not at all. Even creating the job becomes a corporate social responsibility. Closure of the industry means he's taking away the life of an individual.
No, that's what ma'am understood, ma'am. What I'm asking is, first, people are thinking that CSR means only investing money is CSR. First, that mindset has to be erased. Second thing is, people are thinking that only companies registered under Companies Act only should do CSR. I'm a sole proprietor, I will not do it. I'm a partnership firm, I will not do it. Because governments aren't going to come and catch hold of me. I'll be minting money like anything. There are sole proprietors we have seen in Bangalore. There are many sole proprietors in particular areas where they get lakhs of rupees as their business and they don't do CSR. But small private limited company, even a OPC, one person company also, are now pushed by the Ministry of Finance saying that you have to spend this much percentage of CSR. So how to teach these entrepreneurs that please do CSR, not in terms of money, but other things? Is there any educating policy available with you in Canada or some other places so that I can take that policy and teach our entrepreneurs here? That becomes my business model itself.
Okay. So if that is the case, educating them in the basic scenario can be starting point. As I already mentioned, creating the jobs, or you can even educate them by saying, like, why don't you take a step of adopting a particular place, or even I would say a village. It need not be a village, even the school. Adopt a particular community where you can even devote the amount of funds to that society. So here what they do is, instead of, in case if they don't want to go with their own funds, they have to go by raising the funds from the society. Fundraising is too much here.
Okay.
So fundraising is like giving, see, you celebrate your own birthday. You raise the funds on the Facebook, on the Twitter, saying that if I'm devoting my own, whatever the fund that I get it by way of, instead of celebrating my birthday, I want to donate it to the individual. I want to donate it to the particular country that is suffering, or I want to donate it to a particular place which is suffering from the flood. So these are the things that even most of the organizations, instead of, in case if they don't want to go for directly investing in the CSR, they can even do indirectly by the fundraising. In this Western countries, fundraising has become a more common phenomenon, where communities, not just by the organizations, most of the players, most of the sports personalities, or even can be the stars or companies, they donate instead of just donating by themselves and coming into the big pictures. So this is what happens here. So I would say like a fundraising would be the proper education.
Okay, ma'am.
This is what I have seen here.
We'll try and see it, ma'am.
Yeah, sir. If I may, I'm Cynthia Padala, and I'm actually an NRI. I've been in US for 20 years, and I'm a director, IT director over there, working for a Fortune 100 company. So my kids are born and raised there. So if I may take a minute to answer your question.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, so the point here is that it's first being there are two ways of dealing with this situation in US, because I also do a lot of fundraising for anti-human trafficking in US, Atlanta and other states. So what we do first thing is incorporate this idea of giving back to the community in the school system itself, working with the children, and community development activities, the second one. We have written a lot of journals also on these, sir. We can connect offline later if you want to. But for the first thing is including giving back to the community as a part of a curricular activity of children. That is where the fundraising part starts, and then the parents get involved and they are more passionate about it. I see ma'am nodding. That was an awesome story of entrepreneurship, ma'am. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is community activities. In that community activities, they have monthly activities in the downtown area, and we involve local companies or industries or whoever it is. We inspire them to be a vendor over there and involve them in these activities so that they are touched by the situation that is happening and slowly incorporating into their minds and taking it in a slow way. But yeah, we can connect offline on more details, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll do it, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for your information, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's what
Any
I
other?
said. Fundraising,
Yes, ma'am.
fundraising is a major concept here.
Madam,
Don't find too much.
hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Yes, sir. Madan, sir. Hello.
Regarding, yes, sir.
Yeah, please tell me. Please.
Abroad.
Sir,
How
your
it
voice
is
is
happening in the US and Canada, and yes, sir, there is some issue with, I think, let me see.
Sir, can you repeat the question, please, sir?
Applicability of, yes, sir. But as a part of CSR in India, we can invest in even social enterprises also. I think it is treated as part of CSR in India. And what about the position in abroad also, that is US or Canada?
Social enterprises in the US or Canada, ma'am. Yes, sir. We have got the question. I'm asking the question. No, ma'am. Sir is asking that in India they do invest their CSR funding or whatever it is there into social enterprises. Is it the same in US and Canada?
Yes, of course, it's the same. Social enterprises, in the sense, it might take a part of community building or schools. Here we find a lot of, I would say, like the government schools, not the private schools, where in India we have a lot of private schools. So existence of private schools is very less here, where the government or even, I would say, like a social enterprise, which you mentioned, it is again giving back to the society.
Sir, actually, if you see in Eastern countries or in maybe in Australia or New Zealand, if you see, it's not like India where they have private schools. Here, they have every school is like a government corporation school only. To be very clear, though the countries are we see the countries in a bigger level, but the schooling system is like a corporation school. They do the kids there, and the kids learn the word of CSR and the social enterprise. In fact, social enterprise, the word has come from that particular places only to India. Recently, only we are reading these words in a bigger way. Any other questions, please?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
No, nothing. The same thing I just wanted to say. Like here, there is no concept of private schools. It's just a concept of the government. It's the federal, I would say. So it might be from the city perspective, maybe a New York or maybe the Toronto district or Durham district. So every district has their own authoritative powers to run those schools. So it's not the concept of privatization, still referring to the schools as not entered at. So the social enterprise, as you said, which has been part of the scope from the government or federal perspective.
Thanks, ma'am.
If I may
Any other?
add just
Yes,
10
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
seconds,
Please,
sir.
ma'am. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Social entrepreneurs are very much more in Western countries because volunteerism is being encouraged from the beginning. My daughter, she is 14 and she gets A grade in everything, 100 out of 100, 4.0 GPA. But if at all she doesn't have this many hours of volunteers, she will not get into a very good college or university. So volunteerism is promoted first in the schools and university level, and that's why social entrepreneurs are very much encouraged, or they are inspired because of their education system. And then the next one is that they're focused on the sustainable goals, SDGs, sustainable development goals, and conserving the energy, conserving the world and all that from the childhood itself. That's why there are more social entrepreneurs in other countries.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks for that great input, ma'am. Any other questions from the participants? Okay, Gokul sir, stop. No, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your valuable knowledge and the insights on the topic entrepreneurship edge through. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to me. And it was a wonderful platform to get connected to most of the speakers. And I missed many speakers' voice and even the knowledge. I couldn't make myself feel present since morning because of the time zone. And I enjoyed the session too. And I thank Sumandiran sir for the continued contact. He's always been my right hand. I would say. So thanks for inviting me to the conference, and you made it. And thank you,
Thank you.
Gokul
Thanks,
sir.
ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. We have disturbed you very, very early morning to you. Thanks for that. Darling Selvi, ma'am, you can say some words, ma'am. Ma'am, unmute your voice. Unmute, ma'am. Unmute your audio, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable address. We got a lot of inputs from your speech. Though it's too early, you are energetic and gave a lot of input to us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No choice. Yeah, thank you one and all. I'll take a leave. And
Thanks, ma'am.
I think it's now Vinny's turn to say vote of thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So I start with a quote: businesses cannot be successful when the society around them falls. I repeat, businesses cannot be successful when the society around them falls. So this was a famous quote by Professor Jamie Lawrence, who is the chief editor of HR Zones. So when he was doing a study on CSR, so after his studies on CSR, he came to this particular point, stating that unless and until a business cannot grow, unless and until the society, the businessman, when he starts thinking about the society, when he starts thinking about the development of the society, when he starts giving a lot to the society, after that only his business will also grow. So that was the statement of Professor Jamie Lawrence. So there's no doubt that this theme, CSR, economy and financial markets towards sustainability 2020 is the need of the hour. And thanks to the captain of this international conference, I can say the doctor expert of this international conference, Professor and Dr. Sumandiran sir, because he was the only person for who actually he showed this day to us, this intellectual day. We can say it's not like an international conference, it's an intellectual conference. So power-packed conference, fully, actually, we listened a lot of things from various disciplines and we were able to gather, and I hope that everyone will be agreeing with me. Every participant will be agreeing with me. So because some 2 weeks back when we had a small meeting with Sumandiran sir. He was not fit. He was sick actually. But he made it possible. Sir, thank you very much for this wonderful day. So on behalf of the
Thank you,
entire
ma'am.
team,
Thank you, Bini ma'am.
on behalf of the entire participants, my heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, ma'am.
And I can't forget Darling Ma'am. So Darling Ma'am was the one who was actually matching her shoulders with Sumandiran sir, because she was the person who was actually going with the Sumandiran sir, who made this day who made us to see this day. So, Madam, on behalf of the entire team of this international conference and all the participants, I thank you very much personally. Thank you, ma'am. And then I can't forget the resource persons of the day. I would like to record my thanks to Dr. Bharathy Kennedy, who is the Senior Lecturer in Management Department of Management Studies, Eastern University, Sri Lanka. She gave a very wonderful talk on CSR as a marketing management concept for success. Actually, she was like comparing the countries, what sort of strategies in Sri Lanka they are adopting, how they are implementing CSR, and what happens with India. So those sort of things, she was making it very clear. So, madam, I don't know whether she is online or not, but wherever she is, I pray to God that she should try to come up with many topics like this. And madam, on behalf of the entire team of this international conference, I thank her too. And then I would like to thank Rahul Agrawal ji, who is the practicing company secretary of Rahul and Associates, Bangalore. He gave a wonderful talk on CSR governance and implementation. So that was
Darling Selvi ma'am, just try to her, ma'am.
I hope she has some problem with network issues, so she may not be available, it seems.
Okay, ma'am.
So shall we conclude then?
Yes, ma'am. You continue, ma'am. You can continue and finish off, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you all the participants and organizers of the team. So you worked in various capacities, especially to Ragul sir and Rashmi, who were so she's here. Bini is here. So she got connected. Okay, Bini.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There was some sort of internet problem. So technological advancements. So maybe because of lot of advancements, we lose connections like this. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Okay, so I was talking about Rahul sir. So he was actually gave us a lot of practical ideas on practical case studies. What sort of barriers we are facing nowadays, what companies are facing, and we had a very good discussion on that also. So Rahul sir, I record my thanks, and also on behalf of the entire team, I record my thanks to Rahul sir. And then I would like to thank Dr. Satya Pavan Kumar, who is the Program Manager of IQA member, Commercial Studies Division from Bahrain. So that was again a wonderful session. He elaborated, he explained very well what banking sectors are really doing. So nationalized banks, private banks, it was a wonderful session. And as we all know, immediately after the session, we had a very good discussion why these banks are not doing well with CSRs. What's wrong with CSR? What's wrong with banks? They are into service industries and why they are not doing CSR. So thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful session. Pawan, sir, on behalf of the entire team of this international conference, I record my thanks to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And last but not least, I thank Premlata ma'am from Canada, who is the team leader of the sales department, SDI marketing. So she gave a very good exposure on what is the role of entrepreneurship. We all know entrepreneurship is considered to be the backbone of every nation, and how this entrepreneurship is doing this, how they are implementing CSR, how these entrepreneurs are implementing CSR. So madam, that was a very good session with lots of practical examples. So madam, on behalf of the entire team of this international conference, I record my thanks to you too. So thank you one and all. Thank you for your participation. I hope that tomorrow again we will have a very wonderful, power-packed sessions on this CSR. Frankly speaking, to be very true from the heart, actually I was a person who was having a very very small idea about CSR. What is CSR? But after the end of these 4 sessions, I got a very good idea about what is CSR, how CSR is really working for the nation. Thank you once again to Sumandiran sir, darling Selvi ma'am, and the entire team. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Bini ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you, Premlata ma'am, for accepting our offer and being present over here, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, ma'am. And thanks, Rashmi ma'am, for the entire day sitting patiently and recording the entire event because it is too difficult to sit continuously to record the entire event because at least we go out here and there and come back, but you have to be recording there. Thank you very much,
lot
ma'am.
of insights, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And tomorrow we are participants, those who are here. Tomorrow we are starting at exactly 9:30,
Yes,
and
sir.
there is a small change in the keynote address.
Okay.
Malyadri sir will not be available. Anita ma'am, you are available there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
So Malyadri sir is not coming. He is not available. So I have made the alternate arrangement. One Dr. H.R. Venkatesha sir from Acharya Bangalore B School. So he has obliged. I called him and I. Why, ma'am?
You have good networking, sir. You have a very good networking.
No, being in Bangalore, Premlata madam knows. We used to call HR Venkatesh sir every time. He is our stopgap arrangement. Every time I call him and I'll get some scoldings, then he'll accept. So
nice.
Yesterday night only I called him again. I called him and then I said him. So he has accepted to be the keynote speaker.
Good.
He's a very wonderful speaker actually.
Okay.
Highly knowledgeable and a very senior person. So he'll be the keynote speaker for tomorrow.
Okay.
And as per the schedules, it will be going on. Only one small change is there, Anita ma'am.
Sir.
Morning 11:55 to 1:30, track 2. Darling Selvi madam will not be available for the moderating session. So Dr. Arunmuli will be
only doing
coming
it
in between for the. She'll be doing it.
Your voice is not clear, sir.
So second.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me now, ma'am?
Yes, yes,
ma'am. Other things are remaining the same.
Okay.
Totally 27 participants will be presenting their papers tomorrow, ma'am.
Oh, good. We had only initially 8 plus 10, no, sir, 18. As per what you have sent
there are 36
us.
papers, ma'am.
But in that...
totally there are 36 papers.
Oh.
No, ma'am, totally there are 36 papers. But only 27 people are interested to present. Others are having that fear or something, so they are not presenting. So 26 people are presenting tomorrow. So everyone will be given 10 minutes time. So if we start
Okay.
even by 10:30 after the keynote address also, it goes till 6:30, ma'am, tomorrow.
Okay. My God. Okay. Sir, I'll be joining at 1:30, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Because
Yes, ma'am. You
morning
have
we
sent.
have the meeting.
Yes, ma'am. No, I have given the responsibility to each and every person.
Okay.
So introducing the guest will be by Dr. Professor Santosh Kumar. He'll be introducing the guest and he'll be taking care of it. And
Nice.
other remaining things, every session has been given the moderator, so they will take care of it, ma'am.
Okay. Excellent, sir. Congratulations for the first day.
Thanks,
It went
ma'am.
on so
Thank you,
well.
ma'am.
Good resource
Thank you
people.
very much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for everyone. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day,
Thank
and
you so much.
Thank
Congratulations,
you,
tomorrow we'll
sir.
darling ma'am.
It went well.
Thank you.
Really,
Congratulations,
very
darling ma'am.
nice.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Satya, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
Premlata,
to
ma'am,
all
once
your team
again.
members,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank
Sir.
you all. And
Thank you,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shantanu, sir, thank you very much,
Sir,
sir.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All along
Thank
the
you.
day, sir,
Yes, sir.
I'm attending it.
Sir, tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
as per the schedule, yes, sir, your
sir.
schedule is there for being
Sir,
the moderator. You can be there, sir.
sir.
Morning,
First
first
session,
session is yours. Yes, sir, yours
sir.
only, sir.
Sir.
Thank
Okay,
you,
sir.
sir. Thank you so
Rex,
much,
sir,
sir.
thank you very much.
It went
Thank
on
you very
very
much,
well.
Rex, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Rex, sir. Thanks, sir. Bini, ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am. Bini, ma'am, again went away. Gokul, sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Bijit.
Yes, sir.